there, everyone. Welcome back to Utility Sports presented by Prize Picks. It's draft day. We've got a special guest here. She's super excited for the NBA draft tonight, and I am as well. I hope you guys are all excited for the day. Today is the day. It's been a long time coming. It's been a very fun 2026 NBA draft cycle. But one that I am very stoked for. I'm going to fly through a couple of the comments here real quick. Namely with Nick. All right, I think we should be back. Just a brief little issue there with the Wi-Fi. Of course, I'm going to be actually moving here in just a couple of weeks, so hopefully that issue will be resolved going forward. It's been an absolute nightmare the last couple of months that is kind of forcing my hand a little bit. But welcome everyone to the stream. Let's fly through here. But today is draft day, so let's get after it. Agam, appreciate you being in here. Dasta says, hi, Sheldon. It's Desta from Kenya. I think Yaxel could go as high as 10 to the Bucks. We will, of course, talk about some possibilities, some trades and everything, too, in today's live stream. Zach says, I've been looking forward to this. We appreciate you as always, Sheldon. I either want to trade up for Burries or Merez. Thunder up. Appreciate you, Zach. We'll talk about OKC and what they could possibly accomplish. Michael gets us off with the $2 super chat to start us off. Let's get those W's flying in here for Michael. Appreciate him a lot. He says, as a Pels fan, I think Trey Murphy III is traded tonight. He was in my draft night predictions video that came out this morning. I did talk about him potentially getting traded. I do think there is a legit possibility of that tonight. I think if you look at the Pelicans front office and specifically Joe Dumars, there's a sense of FOMO, in my opinion, where there's a fear of missing out. Brady Thompson, welcome to the stream, says today is the day. Brady's been watching the channel here for a while, so glad to see you again this year, Brady. Mason as well says, can't wait to watch the live stream. It's a tradition for me. What do the Celtics pivot to now? There is a kind of sense or rumbling of a possible sweepstakes for Jaylen Brown after they failed to trade him for Giannis Antetokounmpo last night. Obviously, there is a possibility that he could be moved, but we will be watching for all of the news. DV Rit says, boom, appreciate you being in here. Twig says, hey, everyone, this draft is going to be fire. It's going to be a lot of fun, and one of the few times in the last 5 to 10 years that we've gone into a draft not knowing who the number one overall pick will be. You know, last year there was really no uncertainty. We all knew Cooper Flagg was going to go first overall. The year prior, of course, was crazy in 2024, but then 2023 we knew it was Wemby. And then there's been, 2022 was a bit of fun with Paulo and that class. But there's been some question marks the last couple of years. But for the most part, you tend to know who the first overall pick is going to be. And tonight, we don't have any certainty yet. I still believe it will be AJ Dybantsa. That is who I mocked in my final mock draft first overall, but that is not a foregone conclusion like I've said multiple times. The Real GP here says, Spurs, appreciate you for being in here. ATL Ruben says, been waiting for this one. Appreciate you, my man. Thanks for tuning into the stream again this year. Doob, big-time Hornets fan. He says, Merry draft, Miss Goat. What do you think the Hornets look to do tonight? Hearing rumors we might trade up with Golden State for someone we don't want to miss out on. Maybe Yaxel contingent on the board, though, of course. And that's the hard thing, right? If we knew how the board was going to play out, it would be a lot easier to project what could theoretically happen. I think for Charlotte, as I'm trying to fix my webcam here just a little bit, for Charlotte, I really love the idea of just staying at 14 and 18 if the board kind of plays out in that favorable fashion. There's a few guys that I really would like for them at 18, one of them being Dalen Swain, who could possibly fall that far in the draft. tonight who I would really like. So a lot of really good optionality for the Hornets, but if they do move up, I would be quite good as well. Fred says, hit the like button. Appreciate you, Fred, for being in the stream here. Let's see how many likes we're up to already on the stream. I'm sure it's a good amount because you guys have been absolutely awesome and killing it. Appreciate you guys all for being in here today. We, of course, will be watching for all of the news and rumors. I'm going to be live for quite a few hours today, so it'll be a lot of fun. Robert says, what's up? Let's go. Wiso, appreciate you for being in here. Nets World says, do you think it'll go Wagler, then Michael? That is what I projected in my final mock draft. I had Brooklyn taking Keaton Wagler, and then the Clippers, who I had trade down from 7, taking Michael Brown Jr. at number 7. Although Keaton Wagler, in an interview yesterday leading up to some of the draft media stuff, he said that he had worked out for the Clippers at 5 and then had done meetings only with teams that were picking after 5 because he felt comfortable with his draft positioning, which maybe gives us a little bit of an insight that the Clippers could really like Keaton Wagler 5th overall, but you never know. There's a lot of smoke screens and teams kind of operate in mysterious ways sometimes. The Clays here says, good afternoon, Sheldon. Hope all is well. It's been great, man. I've been absolutely loving life lately, and I'm very glad that the draft is here today. Robert says, OKC trades in the top 4 up to 5 first with LAC. Book it. That would be crazy, Robert. If we see that tonight, that would be unbelievable. It would make for a very fun draft for sure. Brian Mahaney says, been a long time. How are you, Sheldon? Can't wait to hear your thoughts on what the Spurs should do. Brian, appreciate you for being in here. One of the members on the channel, big time supporter of the channel. So Brian, thanks again. Let's get some W's in the chat for Brian here as well. I want to see some love to him for being one of the members. I'm doing great, doing really, really well. I've been actually working on a lot of different things. There's some stuff that I'm very excited about for my future, but also for the Spurs and their future. I think it'll be interesting to see what they do with pick 20. I would love for them to move up and get Morez Johnson Jr. I feel like he'd be an awesome piece for them, but they're in a really great position regardless, and taking a player for upside at 20 is not a bad idea either. Jesse wants to know if there's any chance Rudy Gobert gets moved today. I really don't think so. And wow, Lakers Rise says pizza on me for tonight's draft. Deal. Wow, Michael Orlando's going to have some catching up to do. Michael Orlando's always been the pizza guy for us on draft night. If you guys don't know the lore here at Utility Sports, when I was in middle school, high school, the NBA draft's always been kind of my favorite event. It's always been right around my birthday. My birthday this week is on Thursday. And this year, a little bit different. The draft was actually moved up to a Tuesday for the first time in my lifetime, I believe. So it was, I thought, slated to be on my birthday this year, but it got kind of shifted around and moved around a little bit. But every single year I would invite my friends over, and we'd always watch the draft together. And now, obviously, as I've kind of grown up and run the YouTube channel now and do all that, now it's become a huge event for me. And I always order pizza with my fiance now, and the chat always gets super into that too. So Lakers Rise, really appreciate you. We need to get a bunch of W's in there. We need to get some fire emojis going in here too, because that is an absolutely huge super chat. $50 super chat is awesome. Lakers Rise, appreciate you so much for that. I need to see those W's fly in from everybody, because that's absolutely awesome. Nell says Lakers expectation be like Walker Kessler, but the reality is getting Kevin Love. Lakers fans always want the best for their franchise. That's something I appreciate about them. SC Arisen, a big-time Pistons fan, says, just tuning in. Happy draft day. Some Pistons insiders are expecting them to try and trade up for Yaxel Lendeborg. What would you think of the fit versus someone like Sturtz? Sadly, I think they're high on Corey, though. Corey wouldn't be, awful. Of course, I'm a little bit lower myself on Corey for, I think, a plethora of reasons. But I would be really interested about Yaxel. He shot it really well at Michigan this past year. I'm sure some Detroit fans would like that a lot, the fact that, you're staying there. And what that trade would look like. Sorry again for some of the internet. I don't understand what's going on with it. It's just been really intermittent the last couple of weeks and honestly the last month, which has been really frustrating for me. But we are going to do what we always do and persist and get through. So appreciate you guys. Twin Cloud says if they trade Murphy and draft Ament, I will crash out, especially drafting at Ament. I feel like that would just be very, very disastrous. SPH says, who's your favorite big projected to go late first? Henry Vassar. I like Henry Vassar's game a lot as a delay action big in the NBA. I think he's going to be quite a good pickup for a team and someone who returns, I think, very, very good value for an organization in his draft slotting. So I'm very excited about him as an individual player. And I think he's going to do a lot of really nice stuff for a franchise for sure. Catching up here on some of the other comments. You guys are asking a lot of great questions, by the way. Two Clutch Corey, welcome back to the stream. Glad to have you here. Nell wants to know if I'm going to stream until the draft starts. Yes, that's the plan. I'm going to lead you up to the draft. We'll probably order pizza live on stream here, so that way you guys can help customize the pizza, and we'll figure out what we're getting. But that is the plan as of now, at the very least. Brady here says, can the Spurs get Yaxel? If they moved up, yes. I don't think that he'll be available at 20. King Trent wants to know if I believe Kawhi Leonard will get traded tonight. Honestly, I don't expect that to happen, but it wouldn't be like the most shocking thing if he did. I wish I had like a really strong answer of like yes or no, but I think there's like a lot of leeway with certain things, and you never know exactly what teams are planning, which is what makes the draft so fun. You know, of course, we follow up on all the rumors and news, and I've got a couple of information points too that I talk to from certain teams, but for the most part, it's kind of a guess game, and you're trying to figure it all out every time. Devon here says, you jinxed my Nets during the lottery. I'm sorry, Devon. I'm sorry. But hey, you got Julius Randle now, and all of Twitter is telling me that Julius Randle is going to be such an awesome player for Brooklyn. So things went really, really well. Zach says, I still remember that live stream where everyone was trying to get super chats to get Sheldon the tattoo. Yeah, it was that was crazy. I've never experienced anything like that in my life before that moment. That was a crazy live stream, Zach. Appreciate you for being in here again this year, though. SS10 Baby says, what's good? Been watching your mocks for months leading up. What do you think the Bulls now do with 15 that they got Claxton, still Steinbach, maybe steal a guard or trade up? I think, first of all, like they still theoretically could take a big man. I'm a huge believer in 48 minutes of good center play. If they were to draft a young big and focus on his development in the next 2-3 years, they could have a really strong center room. So I don't think it completely removes them from the possibility of drafting a center, but I think for the most part, it is more likely to see them take a guard now. Christian Anderson is a name that I think would be sensible for them, or LeBaron Philon, if he falls out of the lottery, would be, I think, a really nice addition at number 15 in the draft. Doob, thank you for the $10 super chat. Let's get those W's flying in here for Doob as well. W's for Doob. Thank you again, Doob. The super chats go a long way in supporting the channel here. He says, happy early birthday. Best NBA channel out there. Well, I appreciate the kind words a lot. You guys have no idea with all the comments that come in, all of the really great support, and all of the nice things that you guys all have to say. It does a really nice job of kind of filling me up and motivating me. It helps a lot with, I read my fair share of comments, seeing how stupid and idiotic I am and all that kind of stuff. It comes with the territory. If you're going to do anything on social media, you're going to have some of those kinds of comments. But the really nice comments, the ones that are uplifting, that share how they appreciate my work, and even when they disagree with me, that they still value my perspective and opinion. It's just really nice to hear. So, Doob, thank you. Thank you for the early birthday wishes as well. And I'm excited for the draft this year, and I'm very excited for your Hornets, man, because they are looking on the up and up. Milad here, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you for being in the stream here today, Milad. And then Jay Peach as well with the $5 super chat. Let's get some W's flying in for all of the super chatters. As my cat just jumped up and almost tried to take out my setup here. Jay Peach, thank you. Says, thanks for the stream. Go Blazers. We'll see if Portland gets active. They come into the draft with no actual draft picks, so we'll see if they find a way to get involved tonight. But Jay Peach, appreciate you. What a great year it was for Portland. And then the fact that they conveyed their pick to Chicago was not a terrible outcome for them either. They have a lot of flexibility going forward. So really great time to be a Blazers fan, in my opinion. Fred says, salute to you, Sheldon, and happy early birthday. Appreciate you, Fred. Gio says, will Merez make it to the Bucks at 13? That's a great question. Should we get into a mock draft here pretty soon? I think the answer is probably going to be a yes on that. We should definitely get into a mock here in just a little bit. Maybe fly through my last mock draft. We'll talk about what I had actually projected, and then maybe go forward. Ben K, appreciate you for the early birthday wishes. Yes, the draft tonight starts at 8 p.m. Eastern time. I should almost make a banner for that because I'm sure that will become a relevant question throughout the day here. Starts at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So the draft is ever approaching. We are 5.5 hours away. Howie says his name is not Sheldon, it's Dr. Goat. 10, 13, and Hero equals how high of a pick? That's a good question. I think if Tyler Hero is traded, it actually won't be for the Bucks moving up. I think it will be for the Bucks adding a third first-round pick in this draft or a first-round pick for the next year. Malad says, how long to the draft? 5.5 hours. The draft comes up at 8 p.m. Eastern time, so 5 hours and 28 minutes away, which means I'm going to be live on the channel for quite a while today, almost 6 hours of streaming. Brian says, can't afford a pizza, but here's a slice on me. Happy early birthday, Ghost Spurs Go. Brian, appreciate you so much for the super chat here. I never want to make anyone feel pressured or feel bad for not super chatting a certain amount either. I'm very appreciative for every single super chat, and I'm appreciative for everyone watching that doesn't even super chat too. I'm very grateful. You guys have no idea how blessed I feel to have a community that loves basketball in the way that I do. And then also supports me as well in kind of my long-term goals and aspirations around the sport that I love so much. So appreciate you guys. Let's get some more W's flying in here. Brian, thank you so much. And I've been rooting for your Spurs, man. It's been great to see them playing at such a high level the past year or so. And just taking those continued steps forward is so awesome. Ben K says the hate means you're doing something right. Keep going. On a side note, Clippers need to break the generational curse tonight. Hoping Wagler goes at 5 or trade down for Michael Brown Jr. Ben, appreciate you. We need more W's, guys. I got to see those W's flying in the chat. Another awesome $20 super chat, Ben. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it a lot. Again, you guys are so instrumental in supporting the channel. And it just means a lot to me to have the support from a lot of you awesome individuals. And I'm glad that we get to do this every year. I love going live. It's such a great time. I feel like it really connects the community together more so than even the videos. Obviously, I read every comment on all the videos and everything, and I value your guys' perspectives. I feel like I try really hard to remember your usernames, who you're a fan of, and try and know you as best as I can through a screen. But I also am very appreciative for these moments where we get to kind of be more like in a live chat together and talking to each other almost more face-to-face in this kind of modality. So I appreciate you guys a lot. Lakers Rise, appreciate you again for your big-time super chat earlier, too. LaBoom Boom says, could you see a Spurs-Grizzlies trade happening to move up to 16? I could see that, or a trade with Chicago to move up to 15, or theoretically even a trade with Milwaukee all the way up to 13 would be a possibility, too, maybe, depending on what assets are in the deal. Jay Peach says, how do we feel about the Blazers coach signing? Mike Inori has been a top assistant for 5 years in the NBA, so he has a pretty good track record of winning at a high level as a top assistant coach. He is an X's and O's guru. Really spends a lot of time in film, so it's been great. I think it's not a bad hire at all. Very interesting contract that he supposedly signed too. Big Papa J here says NBA media finally done with Giannis and moved on to Ant like vultures. Did they really already? I have not seen that myself, but if so, that's nauseating. Mr. Lucky here. Eric, appreciate you for being in the stream. Says 2 Hornets trade ideas. Dallas pick number 9 for Hornets pick 18 and Dallas 2027 first, or Milwaukee pick 13 for Hornets number 18 and Hornets 2027 first. So a couple of trade up ideas. All right, we're back. I'm so sorry for this. Is frustrating me big time. My Wi-Fi provider is going to be getting a phone call probably first thing tomorrow, honestly. But thank you guys for persisting with me and staying true. Definitely would be interesting to see Charlotte move up. Nick here says, who of the guys that will get picked in the 20 to 30 range could be the next Tyrese Maxey, as in a steal? I think now is a great time. We should jump over to my big board. What do we say, boys? Jumping over and taking a look at my NBA draft big board. Of course, put a ton of time into it. If you guys have never seen one of my big boards, this will be an awesome moment for you, I hope. But really a lot of effort and time. I've got my viewfinder going on in here, so we'll try and make this work as best as we can. This is maybe a little clunky, but here we go. I feel like this should fit better than it does. If I do, one of these has to work pretty well. Not that one. We'll make this work here. But here is my big board, and when it comes to ranking versus consensus, again, you guys know, if you've been watching the channel for a while, you know that I really don't pay attention to consensus too much. I don't consume other mock drafts. I don't consume other people's big boards unless I accidentally stumble upon it on Twitter. And I usually try and encourage people when I do see them too. It's for me, anyone who's taking a risk and putting their perspective out there, their opinion, I try to encourage that. It's fun to see people talk about basketball. So when I do come across those, I try to say something positive for the most part, even if I disagree with certain things. But for me, when it comes to players who maybe are a little bit underrated, LeBaron Philon might slide in the draft a little bit outside the lottery. There's, I think, a small possibility that I have him ranked number 6 because I think he's one of the better advantage generators in this draft with his handle and his quickness downhill. Does a very nice job playing outside of defenders' hips and winning and creating two to the ball scenarios. And that's really one of the biggest things in basketball. Bennett Sturts to me is a player that's super underrated. He very likely goes in the late teens or early 20s. Detroit has been kind of a stopping point for him in a majority of my mock drafts this year, especially the last couple months or so. And I think for what the Pistons need and what Bennett Sturts is as a player is a really high caliber contributor. You look at some guys who have stood out compared to their draft slot over the last few years: Ty Jerome, Colin Gillespie, players who have dribble pass shoot skills with the high level of shot making and scoring talent from the perimeter and the ability to avoid turnovers and create high caliber assist opportunities for their teammates. Those guys tend to way overperform their draft slot. Bennett Sturts, I think, is all of those things to a T, and even at a higher level, even than guys like Gillespie and Ty Jerome, who have had very good careers so far, honestly, given where they were drafted. Henry Vassar, obviously not that Maxey type in terms of a point guard, but I like him compared to his draft slots. I just think the offensive skills are so legit that he's a very good player. He doesn't shut off the paint in the same way that Audai Mara does, which is why Mara ended up higher on my final board. But I do think he is a good prospect. Wiso and Tyler, thank you for the super chats. We'll start with Tyler here because his was first. Odds Lakers trade up or trade out. Go Lake Show. Appreciate you, Tyler, for being in here. I would think it's not super likely that they trade up or out, actually. I think it's more overwhelmingly likely that they stay at pick 25. I'd give it about a 75% chance that they stay put. Now, again, I am liable to possibly being wrong here. I'm not coming into the stream saying, I 100% am guaranteeing anything, or I know what's going to happen, or I promise. What we're doing is really talking through possibilities, talking through potential outcomes and pathways. And for the Lakers, I feel like pick 25 is a nice spot where they can still get a big man that fits. If anything, they might move up for a certain big that they really like, and that's where kind of about 20 of the 25% chance that they don't stay at 25 stands, I would say. Maybe just like a 5% chance that they move out because you never say never. But I think for the most part, it's more likely than not they stand pat at 25. And if they do something, they maybe move up a few spots to go up and get somebody. And Vassar would be a really interesting get for them. Tyler, thank you for the $2 super chat. And then Wiso, thank you for the 5. Says, get some dips and refreshing drinks to go with the pizza. Also, help me pray for Sturts to land in Toronto. Wiso, I appreciate you a lot. Very, very nice super chat there. Very grateful for each and every one of you. Before the end of the stream tonight, too, I'm going to fly through every single super chat again. So if you're a super chatter, stay tuned for that because I want to make sure I express my gratitude multiple times throughout the stream today, because again, it just goes a long way in supporting the channel. And it also makes for a very fun draft night event, right? You'll probably see a Twitter post a little bit later on in the night with the Domino's pizza, and now because of Weiso, a couple of Mountain Dews probably. Probably going to stay away from any of the other kind of drinks tonight, just given the fact that it's going to be a long day for me, a lot of work to get done yet. But Weiso, appreciate you a lot. And Sturts in Toronto would be very fun. I think that fit would be really good, although a lot of Raptors fans seemingly don't like that outcome as much. But Weiso, I'm glad to see you're on the right side of history here. Ethan wants to know where to watch the NBA draft on mobile. ESPN, if you can stream it on ESPN. Karen here says, hi Karen, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you back in the streams here today. Constantine, who's been watching the channel for a while, says, Wizards fan here, scared of us messing up to some extent, still shocked at the Trae Young terms we did. I guess it will be Dybantsa. And listen, I really like AJ. He finished number 2 on my board, and you can tell just from the style of my board, and you can view how proximity kind of plays itself into the board here. You see the difference in gap between Acuff and Caleb Wilson, and then the proximity here between Boozer and Dybantsa, and really how tiered the top of the draft here is for me. It's a very special draft. I really do have a preference toward these first 2 over Darryn Peterson, just because of the injury stuff that we saw for Peterson, and the lack of availability on a night-to-night basis was at least a question mark for me. But AJ is going to be awesome. One thing I have to say about the Trae Young deal, it's more than I would have wanted to pay him. In my opinion, $53 million on average is a lot of money for Trae, especially given what we've seen from him in the last couple of years in terms of his actual productivity and impact. But I do think the risk here isn't that great for Washington because, and I know some people have compared it to the Beal contract. I want to point out that the Beal contract was actually a 4-year extension that was tacked on to 2 years. So it had tied him to the Wizards organization for 6 seasons from the moment he signed that, which is what made it so damaging. Whereas Trae, his 4-year contract kicks in now, and by the time that whoever they draft has a new deal, so let's say it's AJ Dybantsa first overall tonight, by the time AJ Dybantsa's rookie extension kicks in, Trae Young's new extension will be off the books entirely. So I think there's less risk than what other people maybe have pointed to or discussed at this point in time. So I thought that was important to say. Sheldon's final 2026 NBA draft big board. Let's get this titled properly for you guys up there, since that's showing on the stream. But hopefully that makes you feel a little bit better, Constantine. Zini wants to know if I'm a pineapple on pizza kind of guy. I definitively am not. Steve says, all glory to God. Amen to that. Ethan says, oh, yep, we answered that. Steve also wants to know where LeBaron Philon lands. So in my final mock draft, LeBaron Philon, I had mocked him 13th overall, and I had predicted that the Miami Heat would trade for Giannis Antetokounmpo. In my final mock draft, that came out Monday morning, and sure enough, Monday night, Miami and Milwaukee make a trade. Giannis ends up with the Heat, and pick 13 lands in Milwaukee's lap, where they would be in a position to still potentially draft LeBaron Philon, matching my board. Jared here says, as a University of Utah fan, I do not want a BYU player as the franchise cornerstone for my Jazz, Darryn or Cam, as long as it's not AJ. Funny to see kind of that Utah-BYU rivalry in full effect there. Nikki says, what do you think of Aaron Nkrumah from Tennessee State? Solid player. I like some of the energy and some of the stuff that he provides on the floor. Like, I don't know. I understand the appeal for a lot of people. The efficiency for me is just going to be a question mark, though, because he's not a super high volume 3-point scorer or efficient as a 3-point shooter. But he is impactful in the passing lanes defensively and does a lot of other nice stuff, which a lot of other people value very highly. And I hold it with some good regard too. Brandon here, thank you for the $2 super chat, says, could the Jazz trade Walker Kessler for Adai Mara? I mean, in theory, like, yes, but they would need to make the money work. And last night's trades between the Timberwolves and Bulls and Nets kind of complicated that, because the Nets increased their salary structuring a little bit, added about $10 million of salary to their table by trading Claxton for Randle. So that kind of dipped into a team that had potential cap space pathways. And then you also look at Chicago, who would have been maybe a Walker Kessler landing spot. They ultimately trade for Nick Claxton and add a center. So that probably takes them out of the Walker Kessler sweepstakes this offseason, which to me points to Utah just retaining Walker Kessler. But it's a great question, Brandon, and hopefully you felt like my answer gave you a good one. Yeah, we got Randle and Michael Porter Jr. in Brooklyn. Weiso said, Sheldon, when you said because Pelicans do that kind of thing on the Trae Young player option decline video, it made me laugh so hard. I don't know. New Orleans is funny to me because I'm rooting for them so hard to kind of figure it out. I like a couple of their young players. I'm the biggest Herb Jones advocate of all time. I loved him in his draft class a lot. I had a very firm first-round grade on him. He was a really, really nice player and a fun prospect to evaluate coming out of Bama. And as much as I root for New Orleans, I feel like every single year they do something, I'm just like, oh boy, what are we doing? And I think one of the more recent examples of that, everyone's going to flame them for the draft night trade they made last year with Atlanta, but it was really before that when they traded CJ McCollum's expiring contract for Jordan Poole. That just made no sense to me. And then, of course, part of it was Troy Weaver getting his boy Sadiq Bey in that deal. It was just Troy Weaver kind of thing. Solid J. Ken, thank you for the $5 super chat. He says, happy draft day, the best and saddest day of the year as a Kings fan. Ceiling for Acuff. Seems like he wants to be the next Allen Iverson. Well, Allen Iverson was a pretty darn good player for a while. My ceiling for Darius Acuff is All-NBA, and he's the only prospect with a green bar this year because I wanted to use that green bar to really emphasize his offensive play. And I think offensively, he is going to be one of the best prospects in this draft. Now, I do think he has a significantly lower floor than some of the other top prospects, given the defensive concerns. And really, this is the thing, like Acuff's going to be a starter in his NBA career. So it's very easy to put him as a starter. But I think when you start to judge prospects through the lens of impact versus like, oh, where do they fit in the lineup as starters, non-starters, whatever, like that's where things differ and vary a bit. I get a lot of people saying, oh, well, you can't have this many starters because historically the draft doesn't have that many starters. But there's been a lot of guys throughout NBA history who don't start games that provide starter level impact, like Alex Caruso. Like, are you gonna really look at Alex Caruso and say, well, he's not a starting caliber player because he doesn't start games? Like, that just doesn't make sense to me. So it's really all about impact. I know some people meet my board with a little bit of criticism for where some of the tiering ends up, and some people are like, oh, you have too many players who have top 8 role player upside. First of all, some of these are very small upside windows. And then secondly, there's about 40 to 45 players on average in every draft that end up playing 100 NBA games. And there's a really real majority that last their entire rookie contract. So I think the tiering is pretty accurate to draft standards historically. But Acuff, I think, is going to be very, very good in the NBA. Honestly, I'll be honest with you guys, I tried to dislike him. It's something I do with all the prospects is I try and watch them kind of through the lens of how I just view them the first time, watching their full games and seeing them and going through film and obviously studying all the analytics in the way that I do. All of that stuff, I just view the prospects and watch the games and learn and evaluate. And then from there, I try to watch a second time. And when I watch a second time, I try to have a really optimistic lens and really focus on what everything that they're doing very well is. And you'll notice in a lot of my draft content on the channel, my mock drafts and everything, a majority of my content tends to focus around the phrasing, this player can do this. And that I think that's a really important thing because when you evaluate a prospect through the lens of how does this guy help an NBA team, what kind of role can he fill, where does he provide value, that's, I think, super additive for not only kind of uplifting these young men as they're trying to reach their NBA dreams, but also just I think it's a useful way of evaluating. But then I also go through with a kind of lens of pessimism, and I watch all of the players. And for Cam Boozer this year, one of my things is as much as I really like him, he needs to add a mid-range game. If he doesn't have that, it's going to, I think, prevent him from reaching his upper echelon ceiling that I view him as potentially having. For AJ Dybantsa, he needs to be a much better defender. His team defense was terrible this year, and it's something people won't talk about because he's 6'9" with long arms and a good athlete, but he wasn't a good defender at all at BYU. In fact, he was the worst of the top 3 by a pretty wide margin. Darryn Peterson, like obviously it's going to be rim volume and creation talent, and kind of returning back to what we saw from high school a little bit, and then building on that too. His high school numbers, as solid as they were, like he's obviously very good, but there's still room to grow. Michael Orlando, there he is. Michael, I was waiting for you all day. Let's get some W's in here. I was so excited. I woke up. I literally was thinking about you yesterday, Michael. I was so excited for the stream today. I was like, I know Michael's going to tune in. He's going to be an absolute legend, like always. He says, I see a Utility Sports live stream. I click. For your draft night pizza, I don't expect Orlando to do much this offseason, just like the regular season. My man, Michael Orlando, appreciate you for the $15 super chat. Let's get some W's flying in there. Again, on Twitter tonight, you guys will see that Domino's Pizza delivery coming through for me for draft night. It's going to be a great time. Very excited. We'll probably build the pizza live on stream tonight, too. Maybe that's how we end the stream and really get the draft preview going. But, guys, 500 people watching live already. We are 5 hours and 8 minutes away from the draft, and I'm very grateful for each and every one of you. But Michael Orlando, thank you so much for the super chat. You're an absolute beast. And then going back to what we were saying here about Acuff too, from the lens of pessimism, like, you know, I watched every game back. I watched a lot of the clips and individual plays back, and the defensive intensity was very poor, clearly. But there's like, even when I would go through and try and find reasons to move him down my board, reasons to dislike him, like the offense is so good that I just really couldn't quit him. And I had to stick him at 5 still because I think he's such an offensive floor raiser for a team. He's going to be really productive, really successful in his NBA career as an offensive generator. And, you know, there's been people comparing Keaton Wagler to Tyrese Halliburton, and I understand, like, physically there's some similarities. Some of the processing and taking what a defense gives you makes sense, but I really think in terms of how, like, you can dictate how a team plays by pushing pace and influencing tempo, Darius Acuff Jr. has some similarities to Tyrese Halliburton in this draft class. That's not really something you're going to hear from a lot of other people, but he's the best transition influence player in the draft. And it's either he or Cam Boozer, because Boozer is an unbelievable outlet passer. Obviously, you know, Dybantsa is going to get his transition finishing. Peterson shoots it well in transition. Caleb Wilson's going to be a great transition scorer too. So the top 5 guys all are very good in transition in their own ways. But Acuff, especially as like a point guard, an outlet guy, he's going to do a great job throwing hit-to-heads and making the team run fast. So very, very good. Clippers here says, Clippers looking into a possible low 20s pick for Derrick Jones Jr., and I hope Kawhi gets traded to the I did not get the end of your message here, but Derrick Jones Jr. is definitely worth a low-end first or a plethora of seconds. He's a great player and someone I would really want to see on a good team. The real GP here says, see Spurs going into this, going in on this draft or staying put. I feel like for the most part, the Spurs' prerogative is prioritizing flexibility. I don't think they're going to do anything too aggressive. Unless they're absolutely in love with somebody. And I think, like, if they were, a guy like Morez Johnson would make sense. This is the one player, like, this is one thing too. Obviously, it's not going to age well, and people won't remember me saying this. Like, right now, I'm going to tell you, I regret having Morez Johnson 17th on my final big board. And it's not because I want to, like, there's not a specific guy that I'm like, oh yeah, move him up ahead of. I like all of these players in this kind of 8 through 17 range, but like, I feel like he's just going to be good. I feel like Morez is going to be a really good player and someone who impacts winning. And I feel like I'm going to look back and say, man, I should have just stuck him at like 10 or 11 or 12 and been very happy with it. And he's a really good player. I like him a lot. I like him way more than the number suggests. For a typical year, like having him at 17, I like him a lot more than that even. So Ryan here says, do you think the Nuggets trade out of the 26th pick or stay put tonight? There have been some rumors about them possibly trading out and getting off of the contract of Zeke Naji. I would hope that they stick and pick, though. I think Isaiah Evans would be a great addition for them if they do stay in that spot and if he's still available. Byers wants to know if I think Ja Morant gets traded tonight before the draft. I do not. I think he will. Devon says, you're really a legend utility. I definitely appreciate you. Appreciate you, my man, Devon. Hoping for the best for your Nets tonight. Thundered says, hey, I literally just downloaded Prize Picks. Any help? Yes, I will. Prize Picks is the sponsor of today's video. We'll talk about a Prize Picks lineup that just won recently for me. Weiso says, I disagree with you all the time, but you still run an incredible channel regardless. Put in amazing work. That's the thing. This is one thing, too. I do not mind disagreement. I think this is a disagreement, in my opinion, is a sign of intelligence, honestly. If you disagree and you can do so like calmly and you can explain your perspective and your thoughts and share your reasoning and rationale for why you disagree, and as long as you can like adequately express those things, disagreement is very, very good and it's healthy. I think the best teams in the NBA probably have disagreements all of the time. You want to be in an environment where you are around a lot of people who think critically, and that's great. I recommend everyone to disagree with me frequently. Of course, when you disagree with me, I respond a little bit better when you're nice about disagreements than some of the people who leave some interesting messages in the comment section sometimes. But like disagreement is perfectly fine, and I in fact encourage that for the most part. Fade says, thoughts on Anthony Simons fit with Detroit? I would be good off of that if I was the Pistons, honestly. I think he's just going to cost a little bit too much for what he provides on the defensive end of the floor. Aquino says, heading to the draft at Barclays tonight to see the Wizards pick first. Couldn't miss the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'm happy with whoever, to be honest. Let's get some W's in there for Aquino. That is so awesome. He's a diehard Wizards fan. He's been watching the channel for a long time. And my man, I am so happy for you. The fact that the Wizards have the first pick in such a fun, strong draft. This will be a great memory for you, my man. I'm so glad that you get to experience it live in person. I hope you have a blessed time, a really great time. And I'm very, very happy for you. So let's get those W's flying in here for Aquino as well. That's so awesome. I'm so happy for you. At some point, I've never been to the draft in person. Obviously, it's kind of tricky now with the way that I handle the draft and streaming and everything. But at some point, maybe that will be on my agenda. Next World wants to know who is going fifth overall. Should we hop into a mock draft? What do you guys say? What do we think about a mock draft? I think maybe that now's the time that we hop in and do an NBA mock draft. I want to hear your guys' thoughts as we go through it, of course. Mino wants to know if I think Dallas drafts Nate Ament. No, I honestly do not. Dube says some Hornets journalists with inside sources say Sturts killed his workout with us would be a home run pick. In my opinion, I agree with you on that. Cash, appreciate that. Neo here says Hornets not giving up that Dallas 2027 first unless for something spectacular that's valuable. Sanic says, hey, Utility Sports fan, what are the chances that both Jaylen Brown and Trey Murphy get traded today? I think fairly high on Trey Murphy, a little bit less high on Jaylen Brown, but you never know. The fact that he was literally getting shopped is interesting. By the way, the Blazers contract with Mike Inori today, their brand new head coach, is a 1-year deal essentially with team options for year 2 and year 3. So he has almost zero security as the head coach of the Portland Trail Blazers, which is kind of scary. The D Factor here says, cheers to another big NBA day. Thanks for the great content as always. Let's see what the Mavs do tonight, but I feel confident in our new brain trust. Yes, the Mavs have done a great job loading up their front office. Of course, they hired NBA champion Masai Ujiri. They brought in Mike Schmitz, who was a real icon in the industry and someone that I looked up to a lot, kind of someone who gives me a lot of hope for my future, being a possible NBA GM, being someone who has sway in an organization, someone who can help run an NBA team. That's what I'm hoping to do. I want to coach in the NBA. I want to help run a team. I want to be a part of the show and the highest level because I think that's where I belong. He does a great job and obviously motivates me a lot and encourages me in the way that he got there through a lot of video work with Draft Express for Jonathan Givony, and then obviously getting hired for ESPN. So hopefully my journey follows his to some extent in some similarities. And then also Dusty May, what a great hire. I absolutely love that. So D-Factor, appreciate you for being in here a ton. Elijah says, do you know anything about Lamar Wilkerson? Are you talking about the Indiana guard? Like, I'm assuming that's who you mean. Like, I mean, he was super productive this year. He scored the ball at a very high rate. He I forget where he transferred in from though. That's was it? I feel like it wasn't Houston. I feel like it was like Sam Houston or something. But to be honest, I did not dive into any of his like transfer film before Indiana. So I'm not going to sit here and say that, I've watched hundreds of hours of his tape. Like I've watched a bit of his tape. I'll just be completely honest about it. Mr. the Rick and Morty username here. Why did you give Yaxel a higher ceiling than Giannis? I mean, Giannis is much younger. I'd love to hear your opinion. I just don't really view upside through the lens of age. That's what got Tidjane Salon drafted 6th overall. He was young, tall mover. And unfortunately, that's just not really how basketball works. Basketball, the upside is found in the skills and the tools, and the ceiling is found in those things. Jalen Brunson, you think about everyone pre-draft for Jalen Brunson would have said, he's an older prospect who was a winner in college. He's undersized, not athletic. Now he's a finals MVP. So I just think like the actual skill evaluation, I like Steinbach's game a lot. I think he's going to be a good big. But I think Yaxel is like a bigger Josh Hart, and that's a really good player in the NBA. So, and again, like the one thing too about that, Steinbach's ceiling went into high quality starter, and so did Yaxel's. They were both high quality starter with basically starter level floors. So it was very similar ceilings. Honestly, it wasn't like that drastically different. Bard here says Mavs drafting Damon Lipsy 9th overall. D-Flight, Michael, appreciate you a lot, my man. Again, I'm very, very grateful for you. But let's get into our mock draft here now. I've been having a great time with the comments. All of the comments have been super fun and very enjoyable. The draft tonight is on ABC and ESPN. Winston, yes, I will be live till the NBA draft tonight. JR Glenn says, is this last draft where you can't draft top 5 3 years in a row? To be honest with you, my brain is a little fried, and I have not done the best research into that exact situation and how that's going to play out. In my opinion, from what I remember, yes, but I don't have 100% certainty or confidence when I say that. So I believe so, but yeah, yes. We'll do the entire first round for all teams here. And first overall, now is going to be a great time. Let's get up a widget here. We're going to do a poll. First overall, the Washington Wizards select, and we're going to keep this to just 2 players, AJ Dybantsa or Darryn Peterson. Okay, and we are going to create this poll, and we are going to start it and show it. So if you think AJ Dybantsa will be the first overall pick tonight, type 1 in the chat. If you think Darryn Peterson will be the first overall pick, type 2 in the chat right now, and that will update live on the screen. So that will help us decide who goes where in our mock draft today. We're obviously going to have a good deal of fun with it. It's going to be a great time, but I'm going to probably drive the mock draft for the most part, but I'm going to open up some possible thoughts from you guys as well. So make sure to continue sharing your thoughts. No Laughing Matter, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says good luck tonight. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you for the super chat. And then Bach with the $5 super chat says, as a Jazz fan, do the Jazz have enough rim volume to draft Darryn Peterson and offset his lack of rim volume? His lack of rim volume gives me some pause. I think yes, especially since the Jazz have ways to manufacture that with off-ball screen action, and Peterson's shooting should open him up for some real curls. And I think with Walker Kessler, hopefully back, that's where some of your rim volume is going to come from, his screen and roll game, whether that's on the ball screen opportunities or away from the ball screen opportunities, where he has a lot of synergy already with Lauri Markkanen, and I think that would continue very well with Darryn Peterson too. So, and I just think in general, Peterson, part of his lack of rim volume was the fact he was playing with Flory Badunga and Bryson Tiller and Elmarco Jackson and Melvin Council. There's not really a lot of shooting talent. The court's going to feel a lot different for him in Utah than it did in Kansas, in my opinion. So hopefully that answers your question. Do I think Christian Anderson is the best shooter in this class, and what could his overall offensive ceiling look like? To be honestly, pure shooter, I think Darryn Peterson is the best shooter in the draft. He's an unbelievable shot maker, but Christian Anderson I did label as the best pull-up three-point shooter in my NBA draft superlatives video. And his overall ceiling I had as starter Again, I think the barrier of entry for guards in the NBA is very hard, but he's very skilled, of course. So I think that should work out quite well for him. But first overall in our mock draft here, AJ Dybantsa goes to the Washington Wizards. Very nice selection here for Washington, which then at number 2 leaves us with the Boozer versus Peterson discussion. And I think it's important to hear your guys' thoughts. So we're going to stop this poll, and we're going to start a new one. Second overall, the Utah Jazz select, and we are going to carry over the same process. We're going to leave it between Darryn Peterson and Cameron Boozer. I want to hear who you guys think will be the selection here. So second overall, who do the Utah Jazz select? Type 1 for Darryn Peterson, type 2 for Cameron Boozer for the Utah Jazz. I'm seeing Darryn Peterson take an early lead so far. Very happy to have polls part of the stream this year as well, something that is relatively newer to us here at Utility Sports for incorporating in the streams, but I think it should make the quality of the streams a little bit better. We do see Peterson with an early lead in the race, but Boozer is not far behind. Very good players. Capico says, greetings from the Philippines. Appreciate you for being in here. David Soto says, yes, appreciate you, David, for being in here too. Matt says, I would take Keaton Wagler at 5. And Jerome, hopefully you are enjoying the mock draft so far. Glad that we are doing this here for you guys today. We've had 16 super chats so far, which is absolutely awesome. You guys have been putting a lot of great comments in here too. Jamal says, every year someone falls in the draft. Who do you think is that person that falls this year? And I think LeBaron Philon could theoretically be that player who slides a little bit further just because teams will have questions about the weight and the physicality, that kind of stuff. That's definitely a possibility. And then Adai Mara, I think there's a chance he does not go top 10, which would surprise a lot of people, I think, right now at this current point in time. So that's part of it. That is part of it. Random Pizza Guy says, do you think Alex Caravan could have an immediate positive impact on a good team? I feel like his 82 game impact will be higher than people think. Yeah, I think he's a good player. Like, he probably is never a starter in the NBA, but I think he could be like kind of like what Baylor Shireman's been. But going back over to the poll here, we are going to mock Darryn Peterson, second overall. Thank you for everyone who was able to vote. Hopefully you're enjoying having your voice heard here at Utility Sports as well. It's a lot of fun having the chat kind of have the ability to vote. Justin, when it comes to any Suns predictions, I think for the most part, you're going to see a lot of activity with them trying to trade Grayson Allen over the next couple of days. I think that's really the biggest thing for them. At number 3 here, I have Cameron Boozer going to Memphis. This has been kind of the typical order of the trio here at the top. Now, there's been a couple of mock drafts where I did talk about Boozer going at number 2. I do think if Utah does that tonight, I will grade it very well. I would like that a lot for the Utah Jazz still, although I know a lot of Jazz fans will meet that with harsh criticism. I think it would be a really nice selection. But Dybantsa, Peterson, Boozer, all very good prospects. I, of course, am slightly slanted toward Boozer, but I like all 3 of them a ton. I think for Memphis, getting Boozer would be quite good. Abeem wants to know about Trey Murphy for pick 5. I don't expect the Clippers to do that, especially because of the financial situation behind that. Yes, the draft starts at 8 p.m. Eastern time, so we are 4 hours and 50 minutes away from the start of the NBA draft, which is very fun. We are coming up closer and closer on it, which is great. Appreciate you guys all for being in here today too. This is absolutely awesome seeing all of the different votes coming in. New You says, if the Warriors draft out Imara and re-sign Porzingis, can we run double big lineups with Porzingis? Fascinated what it would look like on the floor. Probably not, but you would have 48 minutes of good center play. Part of the reason why I don't think the Warriors would do that, Porzingis, who has struggled to stay healthy for long stretches, if you can get him around 27, 28 minutes only per game, that's probably where he is able to provide the most impact on a per-minute basis. And then Adai Mara, if you watched him this past year at Michigan, you know that there are some endurance questions. typically these bigger, longer players. I think it's just a challenge for them being so active defensively, having to do so much of the heavy lifting as a rim protector, and then also being able to get up and down the court because they're running rim to rim a lot. And that's a lot longer of a trot than it is going from break to break or wing to wing. It's, you're adding an extra 15 feet both directions every single time getting down to the dunker spot. So it wears you out over the course of a game, and I think for Adaimara, that's been part of it. Fourth overall here, Caleb Wilson goes to the Chicago Bulls in this mock draft. Not really too surprising. In my final mock draft on the channel, I had the Clippers trade out of this selection at number 5 with Sacramento. But there is just real possibilities here between these top guards, whether it's Keaton Wagler, Kingston Fleming, Darius Acuff Jr., or Michael Brown Jr. And for me with LA, given the existence of Darius Garland, I feel like the Clippers will likely stray away from Kingston Fleming and Darius Acuff Jr., meaning that if they look for a guard, are probably between Keaton Wagler and Michael Brown Jr., and in this mock draft, I have them selecting Keaton Wagler, 5th overall here at this spot, which now puts Brooklyn on the clock, where I will have them take Michael Brown Jr. So a little bit of a flip from my final mock drafts. I've kind of gone back and forth on this a lot about which way the Clippers will go, if they go with Brown or Wagler. And in this situation, I have the Clippers take Keaton Wagler, 5th overall, and then 6th overall, I have Michael Brown Jr. going to the Brooklyn Nets, who, of course, just added Julius Randle. So very fun time there. And then, of course, Sacramento, the worst-kept secret, supposedly. How crazy would it be if Sacramento doesn't take Acuff tonight, by the way, and then all of a sudden everything feels like a complete smokescreen? This would be like one of the biggest whoa moments of the draft. But I have the Kings taking Darius Acuff Jr. 7th overall, which now gets us to Atlanta. And this is one of the bigger contention points for me. Will they go with someone like Kingston Flemings? Could they look at Adaimara? They just traded for Aaron Wiggins. They, of course, brought back CJ McCollum on a 1-year deal. I don't think that the CJ signing should really sway you one way or another on what they would actually look to do. But I think it's important to understand, that they didn't sign him to a 3 or 4 year contract. Obviously, he's an older player to begin with, but point guard is still a huge need. And for that reason, we're going with Kingston Flemings here, 8th overall to Atlanta. Dallas becomes a legit trade down possibility, a legit trade down spot that is worth definitely monitoring and talking about. I'm going to let me shift my camera here for just a minute as I kind of lean back in my chair. There we go. Dallas becomes a really interesting trade down spot in the draft here for sure. Paul says, as a Dubs fan, I'm personally tired of their small ball lineups. I feel that for sure. Robert says, could Yaxel or Ament be picked at 5 if they shake up everything? I would be shocked by that. I think Ament, probably the highest outcome for him in the draft tonight, would be pick 6 to Brooklyn. But the trade for Julius Randle probably disincentivizes that even a little bit. 9th overall here now for Dallas. I have them. I think Braden Burry still makes a ton of sense. In my draft predictions video today, I talked about how I expect the Mavericks to not take a Michigan player. And so for that reason, I have Braden Burry going here 9th overall to Dallas. I think it would be a strong addition for them. And then at 10, the Milwaukee Bucks select Nate Ament out of Tennessee. They take the stab on upside for a tall, long athlete with some fluidity skills who had a bad season at Tennessee. But I think his role in the NBA will be a little bit less challenging and less difficult than what Rick Barnes was trying to use him at in Tennessee, or use him as. At 10 or at 11, this is where things get really interesting. Also, OKC very well could try and move up here to 10 or to 9 and work with a team like Milwaukee or Dallas to jump ahead of Golden State if they feel like the Warriors would pick their guy at number 11. So I think that's worth monitoring. But now I think for Golden State, you're looking at really either of these two Michigan men, whether it's Adaimara or Yaxel Lendeborg. Obviously, Hannes Steinbach would be in play as well here. Nate, yes, Nate did call this, by the way. He did last year call Hansen Yang going in the first round. Ask him anything. That's fact. Any bold predictions this year, Nate? Nate, I'm here. I'm curious to hear. Knife Dog says, I think the Bucks take Ament at 13 now that they have it. I mean, that's where, like, it's a possibility, but I would be a little weary about OKC maybe stealing him at 12 ahead of them if that's, if that happens. So I'd be a little hesitant about that. And at 11 here, I have the Warriors selecting Yaxel Lendeborg from Michigan. So now at number 12, we have the Thunder. Obviously, there's going to be noise about Adaimara for them as a possibility. I honestly feel like they'd be like kind of an underrated LeBaron Philon spot. Cameron Carr would make a lot of sense for them. Morez Johnson Jr. would too. And I feel like in my last mock draft, I went with Adaimara, so let's do that again here. Although I think that they would really strongly consider Morez Johnson Jr. as well. So Ryan says, Ament will need time to develop. He does have a high ceiling. I don't know. It's very rare for players who aren't good at dribbling or passing or scoring at the rim to have a high ceiling, in my opinion. I don't think there's a lot of examples of that playing out that way, Ryan, honestly. Like, I don't even say that to be like rude. I'm just like, it's just kind of the reality. He would need significant skill development to turn into a high ceiling player. Chidzo says Bucks will probably take Steinbach. We'll see if Milwaukee figures out a couple trades tonight for both possibly Tyler Hero and Miles Turner. That'll be interesting to see if either of those materialize going forward. Mr. here says, I want to see my boy Hannes play with Steph. Graham says, honestly, the Bulls should just try to trade up. But that's just me. Get Mara. They just got Nick Claxton yesterday, but they could obviously still use a big man. Zach says, give me Morez Johnson instead of Mara. We have like 6 centers. Yeah, I think the long term, though, they're probably looking for cheap center play. And that's kind of the question around Hartenstein right now is how much is he going to want on his next deal as their starting big man. Devontae says, why would Thunder want Mara when they already have Chet and Isaiah? And they have Thomas Sorber too. But if you miss the conference finals, that would be why they would theoretically want size. Again, now I think that's a kind of flawed philosophy. I don't think Adaimara is going to be a great answer into Wemby. But I do know that people, and I'm not saying I think that people believe this around the league. I know that people around the league feel like Adaimara would be a helpful answer into Wemby, which I disagree with. But I know people believe that. 13th now, Milwaukee on the clock. They would be, of course, a possible LeBaron Philon spot, although they did get Kasper Siakachonis and they have Ryan Rollins. So a couple of different ways they could go. We'll have them take Hannes Steinbach in this mock draft. So they double up in the front court here with Nate Ament and Hannes Steinbach at 10 and 13, respectively, which now moves us into Charlotte at number 14. And for Charlotte, this becomes a really sensible LeBaron Philon spot, but I have them in this mock draft taking one of Cameron Carr or Morez Johnson Jr. I think this is the time we go back to a widget here on a little poll. 14th overall, Hornets select. I want to hear who you guys say. Type 1 for Cameron Carr and type 2 for Morez Johnson Jr. Make sure to get your vote in there now. Type 1 for Cameron Carr and type 2 for Morez Johnson Jr. I did not need to type the 2 myself, but I sure did, which is funny. Tom here says Kings are taking Zuby Ejiofor at 7. Packer says no way Acuff falls to the Kings at 7. I think there would be a real possibility of that, honestly. Eric here saying Morez 100%. Dube got his vote in as well for Morez to be the selection here. So it does look like everyone is kind of leaning toward Morez Johnson Jr., which is what we are going to select here 14th overall for Charlotte. Morez Johnson Jr. comes off the board. Appreciate everyone for voting. It's always fun to see everyone's participation in the polls and for everyone to share their kind of perspectives and thoughts. So really like that for the Hornets at number 14. I think it's a very strong pickup for them, a very nice addition onto their roster. Devontae wants to know if I can see the Bulls trading up to at least 2. No, I don't expect that to happen, honestly. Jay here says hope Spurs trade up to 15, 16 to get Morez Johnson Jr. That would be obviously very nice for them. But even in this mock draft, he does not even make it to pick 15. But we will carry on with the next couple of selections. Chicago at 15 now. And this is one of those situations where the fact that they got a center yesterday in Nick Claxton and they drafted Caleb Wilson at number 4, if the board falls this way, which there's a really good chance it possibly does, they then draft LeBaron Philon Jr. at number 15. So Philon goes a little bit lower than he has been in some of my other mock drafts where predominantly his floor has been kind of around pick 13, sometimes pick 14 in my mocks. This time he falls down to pick number 15, just outside of the lottery, but into a situation where he has a really good basis of talent around him and, upside and the ability to continue growing with the ball in his hands. So Knife Talk says, I would really want to see Philon with one of those Bucks picks. I agree. I would love to see Philon in Milwaukee. Chris says those teams froze out Lakers from getting Claxton. Gobert says, love that pick for Chicago. I think Philon's a really strong pick for them. I finished number 6 on my final big board. It's all said and done. Nape here with a prediction says, I think the Pelicans trade back into the first round and do something horrendous. I think that's a pretty fair prediction. In my prediction video today, I talked about them trading Trey Murphy. I think there's a very good chance that they end up with a first-round pick tonight. We'll see which slot, but definitely a real possibility. Earlier, remember, at number 3, the Grizzlies drafted Cam Boozer. Now at number 16, they are on the board again. Jaden Quaintance is here. Kareem Lopez is here. Cameron Carr is here. And Bennett Sturts is still here. I think for Memphis, there's a real chance that they would take Bennett Sturts. Big J, thank you for the $5 super chat. He says Utility Sports Draft Day coverage is such an annual tradition now. Salute. Appreciate you, my man. Let's get some W's flying in here for Big J. He is a diehard Wizards fan, and I'm very happy for all my Wizards fans watching the channel. So let's get those W's flying in here. For Big J52, thank you, my man, for the $5 super chat. Glad to have you back in here for another draft day stream this year. And Memphis at 16. I'm going to open this one up to a poll. Now, I might still end up making my own decision with it, but I want to hear everyone's thoughts. With the 16th pick, the Memphis Grizzlies select, and we're going to open this up to more than one player or more than 2 players in this poll as well. We are going to make this a multiple option between Kareem Lopez. We're going to add Cameron Carr to the list. We're going to add Bennett Sturts to the list because I think there's a possibility even of that. And then we are going to add Dalen Swain to the list. I think really any of those 4 options is pretty feasible. So type 1 for Kareem Lopez, type 2 for Cameron Carr, type 3 for Bennett Sturts, or type 4 in the chat for Dalen Swain. I wouldn't expect Quaintance to fall out of the first round, but falling out of the top 19 is, I think, pretty possible. A lot of people are saying Sturts, which I absolutely love. I like Sturts a lot as a player. I love seeing these come in. Best pathway for San Antonio to come away with either Yaxel or Morez, they'd have to trade up into the lottery. So it's trading assets to get there. But, it's possible, but it's going to require a good deal of stuff. I'm surprised Dalen Swain isn't getting many votes. He has just 1 vote here so far. Dalen Swain does 3 votes for Kareem Lopez, 9 votes so far for Cam Carr, and 18 votes so far for Bennett Sturts. I'm going to leave this open for just a tad bit longer. Bennett Sturts is a real possibility. Remember, the Grizzlies are reportedly looking to trade John Morant. They have Ty Jerome, obviously, but Sturts would be a player that I know that they would like internally quite a bit. And walking out with Cam Boozer and Ben Sturts, in my opinion, the two smartest players in the draft, would be pretty good outcome for Memphis. Either way, let's see. So 14th that Merez went. 16th, we are going to mock Cam Carr here at number 16 to the Grizzlies. So I am overruling the poll, although I appreciate what you guys had to say. I think there's some legitimacy there. I'm actually going with the number 2 team, our number 2 option that you guys voted for, which was Cam Carr. He had the second most votes. I think it's a really interesting possibility or combination of options there for the Grizzlies at number 16, which now moves us on to Oklahoma City, where I will select Dalen Swain for the Thunder. This is a very Oklahoma City Thunder type of player, someone with underrated athletic skills, very good balance, really great handle. I really like his ability to control the basketball as a wing forward type. NCAA changed their eligibility rules today, so that's huge news. That just literally happened now. Wow. Okay. The NFL is having some interesting stuff today too. Hugh says, "LOL, overrule. You right, we wrong." I mean, it's just we're just having fun here in a mock draft. I wouldn't worry too much about it, but. Suvi here says, love from Sri Lanka. Appreciate you, my man. Thanks for watching. Nikki says, I was just curious on your thoughts. Who that you don't have as a possible all-star on your big board you think is most likely to make an all-star? I mean, like Bennett Sturts is the name that other people won't have as a possible all-star that I could see like somehow making an all-star game down the road. And then like Dalen Swain, actually, it's funny that we just mocked him. But if everything were to pan out like really well for him, this draft I have now, a lot of them are very unlikely, like very small percentile chances. Like Braden Burry's very small chance that he ever makes an all-star game, in my opinion. Like I don't think he will. Ben Sturts, very small chance, but Dalen Swain, like if he were to, it would be very interesting. My dog, I feel you on this for sure. My dog is Dillingham's burner. I don't know if it was Dillingham's burner. I feel like he'd be a little too like anxious to even type in the chat because he's lost all of his confidence. So I don't think this is Rob Dillingham's burner because he's actually voicing his opinion. It's funny though, my dog. I hear you out for sure. Going on with our mock draft at 18 now, Charlotte. I have taking Bennett Sturts. There was reports, and Dube, I think, shared it in here earlier, and I think Eric might have echoed it or vice versa. But Bennett Sturts goes 18th here to Charlotte. There's been reports that they absolutely loved him in workouts. And I just feel like watching Bennett Sturts is absolutely awesome. He diagnoses so many things. He's been very productive his entire college career. And I think just let's do that. I had to ban somebody in the chat, but 18th here. I think Sturts is just someone who's really good. And watching Charlotte, I just feel like they need more creation. In general, they need more players who could open up the floor for others. LaMelo is obviously such a special creator that they really lean on him and rely on him for a lot. I think Sturts can play off of that too. But I really like him as a possible outcome for Charlotte. If they do take him at 18, that would be great. I think 19 would be a great spot for him to Toronto. 20 would be a terrific spot for him to the Spurs. 21's like my dream outcome for the Detroit Pistons. So really anywhere between like this. I honestly, this is going to sound crazy, but I even think OKC would consider it at 17. Memphis would consider it at 16. I think Chicago would possibly look at it at 15, although they're less likely to probably do that. Really, this 15 through 21 range is like just littered with teams that I think would like Bennett Sturts a lot. So I like this outcome for Charlotte at 18. Then we go into Toronto at 19. And, this is an interesting draft because it's their first draft in a long time without Masai Ujiri in the building. Bobby Webster gets to kind of make his choice here. And there's a few ways to go. You could go with a big man and someone like Chris Sinak or Jaden Quaintance would be interesting. Sinak obviously has some interesting offensive upside to grow into and some ball skills that he can continue developing. Quaintance is obviously one of the very few special defenders in the draft that really makes you go, whoa, watching the tape. He's very, very impressive. But Kareem Lopez is another guy that I think NBA teams are higher on than what you've seen from my content this year. I think NBA teams just tend to feel like, hey, we can improve shooting over time. We need players who do other things, and Kareem Lopez is good at doing other things for sure. And then Christian Anderson is a name that I think would make a lot of sense. And for that reason, we are going to mock Christian Anderson here, 19th overall to Toronto with this selection, which now moves us into number 20. And Kareem Lopez would be a name that makes a lot of sense. Koa Pete would be a possibility. Alan Graves would be a possibility for the Spurs. But I really love the Jaden Quaintance stab here for San Antonio. If they were to take Jaden Quaintance, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But they already have kind of their top 8 rotation already set in stone. But they maybe take the upside stab, the defensive impact upside for Jaden Quaintance. There's a chance he is arguably the best defender from this draft. And if that ends up being the truth, this is a home run for San Antonio. That's why they take him at number 20 and finally get a big man who can really move and protect the rim for the 15 minutes, 20 minutes a game that Victor Wembanyama is on the bench, which is probably closer to 15 minutes a game, but very valuable 15 minutes to help anchor your team defense. So very nice pickup there for San Antonio. Now at 21, this is a kind of tricky spot for the Detroit Pistons. Some interesting players obviously still available. But I think like Kareem Lopez, there's a lot of overlap with some of their recent draft picks. I don't think that's really the way that they need to go. Yes, oatmeal, yes. But in all seriousness, Quaintance in San Antonio is nasty. Should his knee pan out? Really, that's the biggest question. Hugh Good says praying to our doctors to get the right info on that player. Go Spurs, go. Pause from Funk here. Jay Hearn says, welcome to the Spurs, Jaden. 5 seconds or less says, do you think Anthony Edwards gets traded after all the terrible mistakes made by Minnesota's terrible ability to build around a franchise player? Not this offseason, for sure not. No, I don't think he does. Nahum says, sorry, what about Braden Burries? I know we ain't talking about him, but is he getting picked? And I had him go at number 9 earlier to Dallas. I don't know. Something's wrong with the screen here because I can't scroll up. You guys see this? It's letting me scrolling up, and I can't it just will not stay. You can see Burry's just barely on the screen there. Something's wrong with it, but it's all right. We're making do. 21 here for Detroit. They could possibly look at Ibuka Corey. There's been some speculation, but with the way that the board has fallen here, I'm going to select Isaiah Evans for them at 21. Trajan Langdon has typically valued this kind of player, and he gets Isaiah Evans now at this spot. Philadelphia at 22. They'd be a real Kareem Lopez spot on it. Philadelphia, Koa Pete goes at 22 to Philadelphia here. 23 now, Atlanta on the board again. Remember earlier we had the Hawks take Kingston Flemings, which gives them some reason to look into the front court a little bit. We'll go with Chris Sinak Jr. doubling down on Houston Cougars. Now the Hawks would be a legit trade spot here. They have the Risa Shea contract. They have the Buddy Hield contract. They have another mid-sized contract. I'm spacing on the name right now. Whose contract it is? I don't. Usually this doesn't happen to me, but I'm literally just having a brain fart. But definitely would be possible. I don't think Anthony Davis is getting traded. Lightskin, appreciate you for being in here again this year. Nell says he's what? Insane. His what's insane? Pause on that. Appreciate you. And says, hello, is there any info about Mike Shravjins? Not from what I've seen, honestly. Ashley here says, who are the Lakers getting? We're about to get to the Lakers mock selection. Diluted wanted Vasar to the Sixers. I am sorry, did not address that for you. Code to the Sixers, they need shooting. Last time I checked, not one of his strengths. They definitely need shooting, but they have prioritized length and athleticism over shooting in the draft historically in the last few years. Obviously, they have no Daryl Morey anymore, but I still expect them to kind of follow that suit a little bit and then also find some rebounding value, and that's what Pete really provides for them. Yes, I think Trey Murphy gets traded tonight. Honestly, I think there's a better than 50% chance of that happening. So I think there's a real likelihood. And then I think Indiana would be a team to watch, or Portland as another possible team, or Detroit. Really, any of those three would be kind of the leaders in the clubhouse, I would assume. New York at 24, with who's still on the board. I think Kareem Lopez goes here. Now, if there's one mock selection I have wrong here, it's probably Kareem Lopez. There's a good chance he could go even in the lottery. Teams are going to love Kareem Lopez as a player. Plus, this is history. He'll be the first ever Mexican-born player drafted in the first round in the NBA in its history, which is crazy. 25 now, we have the Lakers here. Really, you're looking at big man roulette. Do you want Zuby Ejiofor, who's the smaller, more mobile big? A little bit more switchy. Do you want Terrace Reed, who's kind of that bruising, physical, strong rebound and screen inside center with some playmaking feel? Vasar with that stretch big potential, or Allen Graves is kind of that hybrid tweener big with a little bit of defensive versatility, really unique playmaking skills defensively, and turnover reverse on offense. For the Lakers, I am going to go with Terrace Reed Jr. out of UConn for them at number 25 in this mock draft. Kispert, yes, that was the name. I don't know why I was having issues remembering Corey Kispert's name, but thank you for sending that in there because it was starting to bother me. Do I think the Wizards are a contender in the East? Not this upcoming season. No, I do not. I think they'll be much better, but I don't think they're a contender. I think you're looking at. I really think you're looking at. Of course, New York, Boston will be back in that mix. Miami will flirt around with that a little bit. Indiana is going to be really great. Those are kind of the top of the line teams. Cleveland will be relevant again, but I think Charlotte will take a step forward probably. We'll see if they're contenders, but the Wizards are going to be a couple years away, just given how young their team is around Trae Young and Anthony Davis. The Nuggets here at 26 for a team that really badly needs shooting. This board did not pan out perfectly for them, in my opinion. Malik Thomas, he goes at 26. Let's get him the three-point sniper. At 27, Boston's on the board. I actually talked about them as a possible sneaky Ibuka Corey team in my most recent mock draft. And I like that quite a bit. I have him going at 27. 28, the Brooklyn Nets here now. This is where we will go with Allen Graves for them. This feels like a Sean Marks kind of pick, in my opinion. 29, with Cleveland on the clock. We will go with Zuby Ejiofor out of St. John's. And then Dallas at number 30. Man, I feel like they would not take Henry Vasar, but I could be wrong. Actually, we are going to mock Henry Vasar here. So that's our first round mock in today's live stream, which was quite a bit of fun to see. Dybantsa, Peterson. Just a little quick recap. We'll just slide through these quick so everyone can see, especially for those who are just tuning in. Okay, according to Shams Charania, we have some news. Let's. I don't know if Shams tweeted. Let me, I'm reading this to you. Hours ahead of the NBA draft, the Boston Celtics have started to listen, engage, and discuss trades around Jaylen Brown per Shams Charania. So some Jaylen Brown trades would be absolutely nuts. Let's go over to Spot Track here, and let's share this tab now. Let's talk about some Jaylen Brown trades and really where could he possibly land. Atlanta's probably a no. Brooklyn would not be an immediate no. Charlotte. Let me just do a little bit of research quick here. And by research, I mean this will take me about a minute and a half. Let's start right here. We'll share this tab. Oh, look at who that is. That is former Celtics assistant coach Charles Lee, who is now the Hornets head coach, next to Joe Mazzulla. Very interesting. Just gonna say that real quick. Not gonna give any more commentary there. But if Jaylen Brown were to get traded today, I wonder. Shams is fanning the flames. I doubt Charlotte does it, considering they both have Con and Brandon Miller. Well, the package wouldn't include either of those guys, and Jaylen Brown is vastly different than both of them. You can see how the money would come together here pretty quickly, just like that. And then the Hornets are actually taking a little bit more money, so you could even throw in Tidjon if you want to, as a young player with upside. And then boom. You wouldn't even have to trade that as a swap either, by the way, because that's is what it is. But I mean, very quickly you can see how Charlotte can throw a bunch of assets in, and okay players. Grant Williams comes back to Boston, which is kind of fun. I don't know. It's an interesting pathway. But then you'd have a smaller team with Con, Miller, and Jaylen and LaMelo, but a team that would be very difficult to defend, honestly. This is a great point here from Joshua, and that was going to be the next team we were going to look at anyway, because who else coached Jaylen Brown? Oh, Houston Rockets head coach Ime Udoka did in Boston. What could that possibly look like? We send Jaylen Brown to Houston. We could send Kevin Durant to Boston. That could be part of it. And then we could also do, like Reed Shepherd in a deal and draft picks, right? We have that Brooklyn pick in 2027. Boom. And there you go. There's your kind of starting pathway to a trade. The Rockets get a bunch of years younger, about 8 years younger. Josh, I'm good, by the way. Appreciate you for being in here. Thanks for hopping in. Den of Clip says, what are the Bulls' chances for Brown? Is it practical at all? I would say basically 0%. I would not expect Chicago to be in on Jaylen Brown at all. But thank you for asking. It's a good question, and I'm glad that you expressed your question in the chat. Tom here says, I understood moving Brown in the Giannis package from Boston's side, but unless he is very frustrated, no trade stands out. Maybe like the Rockets with KD plus young assets. Yeah, it depends on what this is kind of like the start framework too, right? Like I'm not fully fleshing out trades right now, but we're kind of looking at, okay, you throw stuff together, what could that look like? Knife Dog says Jazz draft Boozer, trade Lowry plus other stuff for JB. That is not a bad possibility either, because of the Ainge connection. Of course, drafted Jaylen Brown actually in Boston. Constantine says, thank you for the hard work. Best draft content for sure. Keep it up. Appreciate you, Constantine. Thank you for the 5. Let's get some W's flying in here as well for this super chat. There's been a lot of great super chats today. But let's go back over here to Knife Dog and his thoughts on a trade with Utah. The Jazz, of course, have Lauri Markkanen. He is a big salary figure. All right, I think I'm back. My internet is really frustrating me. This is, of course, quite obnoxious to deal with today, but I want to give a quick update to what to expect tonight. Tonight after draft, what we will have is a couple of videos. We will have so tomorrow and tonight, also we're going to have, after the draft, a winners and losers video, a best available players for day 2 of the draft, and then also potentially a video breakdown for fit, depending on what happens tonight. If there's any picks that really motivate me. But Benchmaster here saying freeze ray. Yes, it's been this has been an absolute disaster. I feel like, what is going on here? Okay, so financially, you can see how this would function. And then for Utah, they have, they have that Minnesota pick next year. They have the Minnesota pick in 2029. Like, if they wanted to do something around this, like, they definitely could. Lowry's really good, so it's not like it's just, there is only picks. Like, it's Lowry plus picks for Jalen. The name of it is it's like Streamlink. It's not the Elon Musk one, but it's not good. Dube says 0 chance we trade LaMelo. Would love Jaylen Brown, and we could acquire him without losing Miller, Khan, or LaMelo. Yeah, LaMelo's not getting traded for sure. That just won't happen. Merle here says Anthony Davis, Jaylen Brown trade swap. I don't see that for Boston. I don't think they'd be super interested. 5K runner here says your internet needs coffee. It's working overtime. Yeah, I'm gonna have to run over to Starbucks and pick up some fluid for it to hopefully keep working. The Truth says that's what I'm saying. Have you tried? Yeah, that's the unfortunately that's even the sad thing is I have an Ethernet cable. It's not even my Wi-Fi speed is almost 1,000 megabytes per second. The issue is the reliability in the connection, and even when I've been hardwired, it just has moments where it cuts out. And it didn't. I've lived in this exact apartment building for 2 years. I've not really had issues with it until the last couple months, and then all of a sudden it's just been an absolute disaster for me. So I'm hoping to get that fixed at some point, and I am moving in like a month, so that will be solved. You guys will see. Maybe a new backdrop behind me, or it might be something similar, but in a different room in my new place. So we'll see how everything kind of unfolds. He's not going to get traded. I promise you, LaMelo Ball will not get traded. In fact, let's go show you guys why LaMelo Ball will not get traded. Charlotte just had their best year in a long time, and with him on the court, they were very good, and with him off the court, they were meh, and it really was their offense. Look at how much better their offense is with him on versus off. It's one of the more drastic splits. They shoot the ball way better from 3, and if we dive a little bit deeper into some of their offensive numbers, they're way less turnover prone. And if you want to know, like, hey, why does Charlotte need another point guard? Why would they draft somebody like Bennett Sertz in this mock draft that we just did? This is a good reason why. LaMelo Ball goes out of the game. Their offense completely crumbles and collapses. They turn the ball over way more. Their efficiency from scoring perspective goes way down. They really just lean super heavy on LaMelo to create a lot of their stuff for them. And it shows in the location too. They shoot way better at the rim. They shoot better in the mid-range. They shoot better from 3. They shoot way better. Look at the corner three-point difference, and it's really a testament to the actual playmaking skills. Big Papa here says Celtics front office trying to take you offline for doing that trade. Austin Ackert says, you think the Bucks will try to trade up for Acuff? No, I don't expect Milwaukee to move up for Acuff, honestly, but would be super interesting if they actually did try so. I don't think ultimately that Jaylen Brown's going to end up in Utah, though. I think if he does get traded, an interesting spot for him would be Detroit. Like, I could see the Pistons feel probably like they could use another creator. Would be interesting. Now, the financials here are pretty difficult, so that's where you maybe run into some issues. But Kuzma here says, I got Scoot Henderson, Denny Avdia, and 1 or 2 picks to Boston with Jaylen Brown going to Portland. Yeah, that's another possibility, right? Like the Celtics and Blazers would be a potential pathway to find a solution here. With Portland, obviously they own a lot of assets. They own a lot of draft picks, including some of Milwaukee's stuff. So there's some pathways here that could make some sense. Portland does that, or Portland gets him, and then we'll send Jeremy Grant. And, you have Shaedon Sharp's salary. You have, a couple of other pieces too. But I don't think you're going to get Denny Avdia and Scoot for Jaylen Brown. Like, Avdia was just an all-star. I think you're probably looking at something more like this from a salary slot standpoint and then draft capital. So, LaMelo is definitely not the issue in Charlotte. Definitely not. Ashley says Hornets need. Sorry, I'm a couple minutes behind on the super chats because of some of the Wi-Fi issues I've ran into today. But he says, thoughts on Norrie? Will Portland make a big move tonight? There's definitely a chance that they could. I in the offseason labeled them as the sleeping giant in the NBA. I still stand by that. I think that they have arguably the most flexibility. The Norrie hiring was okay. I think, it's interesting that they gave him essentially a 1-year deal with 2 team options for years 2 and 3. I'd feel a little hesitant about that, but for Portland, like, if they don't make a big move tonight, this is something while we're here on the trade screen, is actually a great time to point this out. If you look at their assets, they have this Orlando pick after trading down last year. They have Milwaukee's assets in 28, 29, 30. They have that extra Boston pick at their disposal. They've got all of their own future picks back starting in 2027 as well. They're really in a prime spot, and it doesn't have to be tonight. It doesn't have to be this offseason. And that's really the nice thing for them, is if they make a metered move, if they make a big-time risk, it's going to be a calculated one. It's going to be one where they felt like this is our window, this is our time to go get it done. And it's not just from a point of desperation or pressure. It's from a point of opportunity and desire. And I think that's a really good thing to be, is in a spot where you have optionality and time to make a calculated decision instead of just rushing the only decision maybe that you have at the moment. Aquino here, thank you for the 2, says most likely Trey Murphy, destinations and packages. Yeah, let's talk about some Trey Murphy here too. Should be some fun looking at them. Indiana is the first one that comes to mind here between a Trey Murphy trade. New Orleans sends Trey Murphy III in this package. And then Indiana, for matching salary standpoint, they have Obi Toppin's contract they could send to New Orleans here. And financially, this does not work, of course, because they are different in salary. So we need to add, just looking at it, $12 million more, which is not super challenging to do because you could go Jarris Walker, Ben Shepherd. Financially now, this does functionally work. It does put the Pacers kind of in a precarious position filling out the rest of their roster. After this trade, they would have only 12 players and not a lot of tax space. So, you can take that and say that's not the pathway that they're going to go. And I think there's some sensibility to that. But if they're competing for a title, I think the organization could maybe justify spending the tax. And then you'd have this 2027 first. You have the 2031 first. And then maybe you haggle over what this looks like in 2033. But some kind of protection in here. Something like this would be I think a real possibility for Indiana, maybe not 3 firsts, but a heavy dose of firsts would be in that kind of deal. You know what? Let's talk about Boston and New Orleans. If Jaylen Brown gets traded, there's a chance he could end up with the Pelicans. Like, oh, this would make me feel sick. But I feel like there's like an actual genuine possibility of something like this. Let me look at Boston's cap table quickly. So right now we're 15 million shy. So we could go like Jordan Hawkins in here. I don't think. See, this is the issue. They're not going to want to give up Sadiq Bey, as dumb as that sounds. Let's go with DeJounte, and then see. This is where we run into the deal is kind of hard here to make work, unless we just don't have Herb Jones in the trade. Then financially it works. But I feel like Boston would want Herb. I feel like Boston would like really want Herb in this kind of trade. So instead, let's try like this. Financially works. I don't know. It would definitely be an interesting outcome for sure. What about Jalen Brunson? Brunson is not getting traded. I promise you that. Jay here says, oh, I said Brunson. My fault if I said Brunson. Yeah, I just had a misspeak moment. My bad if I did say that. Jay here says, do you think the Raptors can do anything to get away from the Pirtle contract, and or do they need to? They definitely should. One of the deals that has caught my eye over time for Toronto to execute, and I know a lot of Raptors fans don't like this because they hate the idea of trading away pick 19, but if you can trade a pick that doesn't hurt your long-term flexibility, and you can dump the Pirtle contract and move off of Grady Dick all in one deal, and you can walk out with someone like Santi Aldama and Ty Jerome, boom. Like, this kind of deal is a home run for Toronto. You could even go in and throw in Big 50 and like 2 seconds, 3 seconds, whatever you got to do here. Like, this is a really good deal for the Raptors, in my opinion. And for Memphis, they are starting to rebuild. They're in asset accumulation mode, so maybe they'd be willing to entertain this. Kuzma here says low-key got Brown going to Phoenix for Green and picks. That's an interesting. Let's go take a look at that. You guys are giving some fun ideas here, some possibilities I haven't really thought through as much. Like, I've not really thought about a Brunson or I did it again, a Jaylen Brown for Jalen Green trade. So that's kind of fun to think about. Now financially there are some limitations here, but getting Grayson Allen to the deal does financially make it work. You could also include, we could even just waive Haywood Highsmith and then save the money here too for Phoenix's perspective. But something like this is kind of tenable actually. So, and then because of this asset, they could trade the 2027 first now on draft night. So they could start something like this. I don't love this for Boston as much, but Clays has Zion, Herb, and draft capital for JB. I guess if we go back, I think Boston would want Trey Murphy. Like, if I'm just being honest about it, I think that's the player that they would value in that kind of deal. But Zion would be fascinating for sure. Zion and Herb. The finances work. Man, that's a pretty damn good trade for Boston, honestly. Sean wants to know, if I was Bobby Webster, what would I be doing? I'd be trading Jakob Poeltl and pick 19 probably The only reason I wouldn't trade pick 19 is if I could get Bennett Sturts, then I would figure something else out and trade, something else to get off of Pirtle's contract, because it's just not a good deal. Here are some of the recent trades that we've seen too. So some of these are just And we're back. I continue to have issues with this. I'm extremely frustrated. Hopefully you guys haven't minded too bad. I'm sorry for all of the interruptions. It's very frustrating. Smash the numbers here. Asked if Dusty May doesn't take Yaxel. Number 9, will he slip all the way to the Pistons? No, I feel very confident in saying that Yax will not be available at 21. If he ends up being a Piston, they will have traded up for him. M. Coffee says, do the Lakers end up drafting tonight or expecting a trade? I think they will draft tonight. Daniel says, what about Miles Turner and Kyle Kuzma? Yeah, we could talk about some Milwaukee Bucks. Because they do have a huge trade exception. Again, thank you guys for all of the understanding. But they have a trade exception that fits Miles Turner in basically perfect. And then because of that, they can fit stuff into the deal. So they could do something financially around this. Now, this is not working because of $5 million. So to get around that, you'd have to go with like Luka Garza plus some other piece, right? You could exercise and trade to Milwaukee here on Shulga, and then you could exercise and trade, Amari Williams to Milwaukee as well. Something like this then financially works. Gets the salary to a spot where the Celtics are below the first apron. Now they'd have to find a creative way to make the money work on their end, filling the roster, but would definitely be very interesting to see. But real quick, I do need to thank our sponsor of today's video. Thank you to Prize Picks for sponsoring today's stream. They help me a lot by bringing you guys content and supporting the channel. So thank you to Prize Picks. Take a look at one of my recent winners over at Prize Picks, my power play lineup. WNBA picks. I had Jessica Shepard at more than 12.5 points for the Dallas Wings. And in that same game for Dallas, I had... In that same game for Dallas, I had Paige Beckers at more than 9.5 rebounds and assists at a total of 15 in that game. And then Camila Cardoso at more than 19.5 points, rebounds, and assists. She finished with 38 in that game. If you guys use code HMA over at Prize Picks and play $5, you'll get instantly $50 in lineups. So pretty good deal there from Prize Picks using code HMA. Link is in the description for that as well. Thank you to Prize Picks for sponsoring today's video. And again, I just want to make sure to urge you guys to play responsibly, make good decisions, only play if you have the means to do so. And I think that's a good note in general for a lot of things in life, honestly. But appreciate you guys all so much for watching the stream so far today. We've been live for just about 2 hours. I know we've been having some technical difficulty issues that are unfortunately out of my control and very frustrating to me, just like I'm sure they are to you. Kossier says, what are some things you truly think may happen tonight? Not to plug my own video, but today I had a video come out, and I'm going to read you the title, 2026 NBA Draft Predictions. So it's basically a perfect video for what your question just asked. So if you want to know what I think will happen tonight, Go check out my predictions. I had 5 very firm predictions in that video there. So Kuzma says I got Keegan Murray, Devin Carter, and a pick for Jaylen Brown. Interesting. So the Kings get aggressive in your eyes there, Kuz. Interesting to see. You Free Bread says I need to hear about my Clippers with pick 5 and a lot of assets. I think we can make a splash, put something spicy together. I don't think the Clippers are going to be trading pick number 5, but we could find something spicy for the Clippers. And we're going to pull up good old Portland here to figure out something spicy. And it's Kawhi moving up to the Pacific Northwest for Jeremy Grant. And we're going to do Shaedon Sharpe in this deal. And from the Clippers, we could include another player potentially, although that's not necessary. I have a club option here, player option for Beal. We could include Beal into the trade, but basically you're looking at something like this, and then Portland would give up, they have their 2027 first. They have this Magic first in 2028, and they could give up their 2030 first or something like this. This may be even a little bit of an overpay, but very, very strong offer. Kawhi needs a tree company in that trade, says Christopher. Yeah, that was obviously a crazy bit of news this year. Julian says, I think the Lakers have their center. I think Ware, Turner are getting traded to the Lakers. I don't think both of them will. I think the Bucks are going to be very intent on keeping Kel'el Ware. But in the event that the Lakers do trade with Milwaukee, what could a Miles Turner trade look like? Miles Turner makes a little bit over $26 million. So financially getting there, you have Jared Vanderbilt, you have Jake LaRavia's expiring contract, and you're starting to see that there is some difficulties here to financially making this work. Now, a part of this, you're looking at, honestly, this shouldn't even be functional right now. We need to put Dalton Connect into this to make this actually work. But there you go. That's what a deal would theoretically look like. Part of the reason why this is they've got just massive amounts of cap holds that are making this look like it would work. This is what they would need to have in the deal. And then you could argue what draft picks or whatever need to be included. Maybe pick 25 tonight. Something like that, right? That's kind of your starting point in the trade theoretically. Let's go over to Jake Fisher quick over here on Twitter. But 4 hours before the Wizards are on the clock at number 1, here are a dozen intel items and some other little notes I believe to be true. We'll see if this is paywalled. It is. So let's use good old Grok to our advantage here. So I'm not trying to pay for news. No, thank you. Shares over a dozen intel items. Fisher avoids traditional mock draft. Top prospects. Okay, I mean, there's no better information here. So great. I'm not trying to pay for an article. I mean, it's reporting. You should just work for a company that's willing to pay you to report instead of paywalling everything. But that's just me. Hunter says, Kings fan here. I know, sad life. Any chance we can move Sabonis, Levine, or DeMar? If anyone gets moved, it's probably going to be Sabonis out of those 3 because he's the best one. Silver says he expects the Mavs to take Amen at 9 if they don't move back, and they are interested in Baba Miller at 30 as well, apparently. That sounds like Pinnacle Masai Ujiri to me. So we're going to get the Mavericks to be a 108 offensive rating team around Cooper Flagg, and just hope that Dusty May can have enough creativity to make it all work. But I don't know. For the team that was the worst shooting team on wide open catch and shoot threes this past year, you'd think probably want better shooters. But amen and Bob Miller. Dylan says, do you think a Zodiac sports type app could be cool to see fits, etc.? Zodiac GM over on Twitter, he and I get along. He is actually writing for me for a little while on my Substack. He's a nice, cool dude. So I'd recommend to follow him. He posts about that kind of stuff a lot. And Jaden says, I think the Thunder might try to get Khalil Ware from the Bucks. Big Papa here says, just paid for the article and read that AJ is going to the Wizards and possibly Jaylen Brown trade. Both big if true. That I've kind of maintained that AJ is going to go one since the night of the lottery. I've not switched up from that on any of my mocks. But interesting that is sounding more confirmed. And then possible Jaylen Brown trade. So that would obviously be big. We looked at a couple of possibilities for that. Would be huge. Robert here says, would Kawhi and the Clippers 2029 swap first be enough for Jaylen Brown? That's an interesting question. Let's go over to Boston and the Clippers. And just theoretically look. So the trade for Giannis did not materialize. What if it was, instead of Giannis, Kawhi and someone like Derrick Jones Jr.? I'm moved. I'm just going to say that. I'm moved. I am quite moved by this. And, all of a sudden you got an asset here that you give up as a swap or something, right? Like this is already owed to there, but we'll throw that swap in, right? Something like that. I'm interested in that. That's actually not a bad starting point at all. The Mind of Danny says Boston should ask for this year's 5th overall pick. I don't think you're getting the 5th overall pick in a trade for Jaylen Brown. Jay says it's plenty of power forwards in this draft. No need to trade for one. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. It just depends on KW's Khalil Ware. That's who he had meant. Welcome everyone to the stream today. Hopefully you guys are having a great time. We've been live for just about 2 hours. I might take a brief intermission here in just a little bit. I've had having, of course, a fair share of technical difficulties, but we're going to try and keep the stream rolling for now, and then we'll see how everything kind of shakes out as we go here. If we need to, we'll adjust on the fly. But I'm having a great time. I hope you guys are too. It's been a lot of fun being live so far today. I've really enjoyed streaming in general with you guys. It's been absolutely awesome. Thank you to all of our super chatters again earlier, including the 50 ball from Lakers Rise. You guys have been all absolutely awesome. Thank you to Doob. Thank you to everybody in here who has thrown in some super chats. It's been absolutely awesome. A lot of really great support from you guys. Very, very appreciative. I want to make sure that we get all of these flashed up on the screen here again. Aquino is still super excited for you to be able to attend the draft tonight in person. It's absolutely awesome. So huge thank you to everybody that has sent a super chat today. All right, let's just do this for a brief second so that I can read the comment section a little bit easier. Bean says, what should my Hawks do tonight? Draft a player or trade their pick? Well, I do expect them to make a trade on draft night here. I expect them to trade pick number 23 to improve their roster, but I think at pick 8, they're very likely going to stick and pick whether it's Kingston Flemings or potentially Adai Mara would be the names that we'd look for. Silver here says, how many trades do you think we'll see before the draft starts? Before the draft, honestly, I'm not expecting a whole bunch. If any, like maybe the Jaylen Brown. The Jaylen Brown trade maybe, but we'll see. I will watch the draft tonight, yes, but not on stream. I can't show the draft, of course. That would be breaking copyright law. Comby here says, think Thunder move 1737 and a player to move back into the top 10. They possibly could. They have 12, right? They have 12. They could move 37 and 12. They can move 17 and 12 if they really want to. LA scriptwriter says, any chance this first sneak into the later part of the lottery and package their 20th pick and maybe future seconds to get a legit power forward? They might have to do a first with pick 20 to get there, or like 5-6 second rounders. But yes, there's a possibility of them maybe doing that. Do I see a Hansen Yang like prediction this draft? No, I do not. To be honest with you, the only one who expected the Hansen Yang pick last year was Nape. So Nape, if you're still watching, take your credit for it. But no, I don't. I mean, I'm trying to think who that would maybe Sergio De La Rey. He would be a guy to possibly see. I mean, Baba Miller going in the first round would be a little surprising to me. Jack Cale, maybe. I had mocked him in the first round a few weeks ago. Isabel, welcome to the stream. She says, I just don't see the need to draft this pick when it isn't for a bona fide starting center. We need win-now pieces for Luka. I'd rather trade pick 25 and a future first for Ware. I think when it comes to Kel'el Ware, there are limitations with him. And I think, he's a very good offensive big. I think he'd be really interesting around Luka for sure. But I will pull this up just because I think it's kind of important to understand about where Miami was actually way better with him on the bench this year than with him on the floor. And that's typically kind of the inverse. If you have a good backup big, typically their net rating is going to be a huge positive swing. If we look at an example of that in Brooklyn, we go look at someone like Day'Ron Sharpe. You see how much better the Nets played with Sharpe on compared to off. That is not true for Milwaukee Bucks big man, now Milwaukee Bucks big man, but previously Miami Heat big, Kel'el Ware, who actually was not super productive toward winning for them at the highest level. Now, he was good next to Bam when he was on the floor with Bam. The two of them were very good, but specifically Ware without Bam was actually not good for their lineups. So I'd be a little hesitant trading for him. Cole wants to know, why is Burry so overlooked? I mean, it's just the role. Like, he was a player who wasn't on the ball a lot, played off the ball next to Jaden Bradley predominantly. Like, that factors into it, of course, but then also just the just kind of Arizona players in general tend to get a little overlooked. I have Braden Burries at number 9, so I don't think I have him overlooked too much. I feel like I have a pretty good ranking on him. I like his game. I think he'll fit in the NBA pretty well. Cam Thomas is not in Brooklyn anymore. He is a free agent. Joey says, you think the Pacers have a good shot at going for Trey Murphy? I do. Jaden says, Ware is an OKC guy. I feel like Thomas Sorber makes Kel'el Ware probably not too much of a target for them. Deluded says, Portland Trailblazers acquired Jaylen Brown from the Celtics for Drew, Jeremy Grant, 2028 first, and another 2028 first. I think if Boston were to do a trade with Portland, they would not get both Drew and Jeremy. They'd get one or the other. Isabel says, Sharpe is solid but not ready to be a starter IMO. Interesting. Didn't know Ware had such a bad plus-minus. You think that has to do with not having a true point guard? I think it mostly has to do with some of the defensive side of the ball. If we I'll just read the numbers to you. With Bam on and Ware off this year, the Heat gave up 114 points per 100 possessions. With Ware on and Bam off, they gave up 119. So it's just, I think there's a lot of nuance in how to anchor a team defense and be a legit like starting caliber center at a high level. And Khalil Ware is not good at that yet. He's a ways away. So we'll see if he can grow and improve. He's still young, and I liked him pre-draft. He had a top 20 grade on him, but it's going to take a little bit of time, I think. May here says, what do you think is the best line? Are the two spots that are going to work out pretty well. Joey says that every insider I listen to says the Trey Murphy, the third trade for Indiana, would cost too much, but couldn't you argue this is the move that sets them up for the future and puts them over the top? I think that's what they would internally say. But I also agree that it will cost too much. I have a real buyer beware caution sign taped to Trey Murphy the third going into any trade. I think whoever trades for Trey Murphy is going to end up overpaying for him, honestly. Now, if New Orleans can actually capitalize on those assets, that's a different story. If they make that trade and then draft Nate Ament, like, I'm not going to be stoked about it. Nate Ament, as you can see on my final big board, came in at number 26. So don't love him as a player. I think there's a starter type of player in there. Mr. TechBiz says, should the Hawks take Mara or Fleming's? Wiggins trade solidified their wing depth really well and truly. I think really either way, whoever they just have higher on their board is who they should take. For me, you look at my board, I have Fleming's ahead of Mara. So with that in mind, you would think that I'm just going to say take Fleming's, but Mara would be really good for them, and I think would fit next to Dyson Daniels quite well. So can you show the top 6 draft agents and give us an NBA comparison in which team will draft them, you think? So the top 6 players in the draft for me on my board, we'll start. AJ Dybantsa goes first overall, I think, to Washington. For me, I've but maybe even a better, bigger version of it. Darryn Peterson will likely go second overall. I think there are some legit semblances of SGA in his game. Now, SGA is a very special shot maker, shot creator, and that's something that is yet to be seen for Darryn Peterson. But his balance, his actual shot making skill is really off the charts. And if he's healthy and the handle develops, he could become really, really freaking awesome. Although, again, I think an SGA comp is a little unfair, so I'm not going to say that's a really great comp, but that's kind of the idea of what his ceiling would look like. Cameron Boozer, for me, this is a slower LeBron James. This is a perimeter-centric Tim Duncan. Very good player, very great player, someone who has unbelievable feel. He's a supercomputer in a power forward's body. I don't think you're going to be able to speed him up. I don't think you're going to be able to force him into a bunch of bad decisions. And that alone is going to be very good. We do have news here that I need to go to. So let's put a brief hold on this and jump over now to the news that just came in. Let's go over to Jake Fisher once again. And there is belief that Milwaukee is trying to move up. Jake Fisher says, I do believe Milwaukee has tried to package numbers 10 and 13 to move up in tonight's first round, but I don't believe there's going to be any trades in the top 10, says Jake Fisher. Sources say the Bucks at this point plan to keep Khalil Ware, despite interest from rival teams like the Lakers. Milwaukee coveted Ware and Jonas in their recent drafts. The Bucks also value Tyler Hero, sources say, and don't necessarily plan to move him, while Milwaukee will field offers for the all-star scorer. So right now, interesting kind of leverage game going on with Milwaukee saying they want everyone that they got from Miami. Is that actually true? I don't know, but I don't think the best thing to do if you're trying to get value is to go out and say, well, we actually don't want these guys, so they're all available. They're obviously trying to probably get the best offers that they possibly can. Isabel says, as a Mavs fan, how do you feel heading into the draft? What would be your dream pick at 9 and a disaster pick in your eyes at 9? This is going to be met with a lot of distaste, I'm sure. My dream pick at number 9, he's not going to be available, but, and it's assuming these top 4 are obviously all gone. They're going to be off the board by 4. But right here, this guy, number 5. I think he would be terrific in Dallas. I think the Mavs have the infrastructure around him to really protect him and insulate him defensively. I think the transition game between Acuff and Flegg would be unbelievable. I would be very much moved by having Acuff in Dallas. I think the lob game with Gafford and Lively would come back to life. This team would be really good, and they'd be 1 or 2 shooters away from competing at a high level within 2-3 years, again, in my opinion. Maybe even 1.5 years. Like they'd be pretty close. They'd be knocking on the door pretty quickly, I think. I would really like him. Phylon, I'd be okay with. I like Phylon less for Dallas, and I like Acuff. I'd like Bennett Sturts for Dallas. Like, he's very different, but I'd be very happy. Burries, I'd be okay with. I really don't want Adai Mara for Dallas, if I'm being honest about it, but I don't know, he's okay. So, like, I'd be pretty solid either way with any of those possible options. Joey here says, appreciate all the hard work you do. Always my go-to guy for anything draft related. I appreciate that. I hope you guys too have been able to check out some of the video breakdowns and film studies. I know a lot of you enjoy the mock drafts and all the draft content, and by no means am I saying to not watch those things. Obviously, I'm very thankful, but check out some of the other content too every once in a while and see if you learn something or if it's something that maybe you like. Because if you haven't watched one of my film studies before, maybe you'd really enjoy it. So I'd love for you guys to check some of those out. But I appreciate you guys a lot. Silver Jaguar here says that Fisher doesn't believe there'll be any trades in the top 10. Correct. That's what we covered. Okay. So I compared AJ to bigger Donovan Mitchell. That was the comparison there. And do you think Lakers specifically or any teams make a trade today because the draft is today? Yes, there will be trades today. At least 1 or 2 in the first round, if not 3 or 4 even. Star-Lord says, should the Nets take Michael Brown or Darius Acuff? I have Acuff higher on my board, my final big board here, than Michael Brown. But I would understand if Brooklyn took Michael Brown, for sure. ITK says, Sheldon doing the marathon today? Yes, we've been live for 2 hours and 15 minutes already, and the draft is not for another 3 hours and 32 minutes. But I am going to probably take a brief intermission here in about a half hour to kind of address some things with the stream. I've been having some real technical issues here that has been a problem. Not your typical Lakers fan says, did you make that draft chart? It's a cool board. Also, when is the draft? It's like how many hours or minutes? The draft is in 3 hours and 30 minutes. So stay tuned for that. And then, yes, I did make this. I have a video detailing this. It's up on Twitter as well. So if you want to go click on it, and then you can load it in 4K over on Twitter so that you can zoom in on it really nice, just like I'm doing here on the stream, and you can really see clearly the top of the board, the top of the bar for each player is the ceiling that I have perceived. The bottom of the bar is their floor. And then obviously the numbers give your typical numerical value rankings. And then the proximity of the board is indicating tier. So you can tell this top 3 is a tier. Caleb Wilson's kind of in his own tier here at number 4. Acuff has a little bit of separation from Phylon and company behind him. And then you can tell there's some real proximity and some gaps in some of these players here too, where I'd have, I think, a pretty real preference toward this grouping over Koa Pete, so on and so forth as we get down the board, where the board obviously flattens out quite a bit this year too, because of NIL. So thank you to NIL. But yes, this board's up on Twitter. Appreciate your kind words on it. I'm glad that you think it looks pretty cool. Of course, yeah, I love answering your guys' questions. Graham, we got to get some W's in here for Graham. Appreciate you, Graham, for being in the stream today. He's an absolute legend and icon. True Vision, thank you for the $2 super chat as well. Says Triple J, Keontae, Bryce, and 2 firsts for Jaylen Brown. That is too much. That is too much for sure. I would not give up those players for Jaylen Brown. I think just for Brown in general, you're looking at that's a pretty heavy overpay in my opinion for Jaylen Brown. I really like Jaylen Brown as a player, but I would not give up that much. Boston Sports says, will Jaylen Brown trade be during or before? It could just be after as well. Like I don't know. I wish I had like a more firm answer for you on when it. Like I would be surprised if it happens before the draft, but we'll see. Rachel says, how much better is Sturts than Cam Spencer? If fairly similar, I feel like that would be a disaster. They're not similar. Sturts is way better than Cam Spencer, and I like Cam Spencer coming out of UConn a few years ago, but Sturts is a better player than him for sure. Can I ask the same question? Yes. So for Wagler, in terms of, let me zoom in on Wagler here. I don't really have a great comparison for Wagler. I think for Wagler, like you're really looking at like a contact averse guard. I don't know. I try to avoid comps because I think it is a little detrimental in terms of sheer evaluation. Like the more you lean on a comparison, the less you focus on the individual prospect. But you know, Wagler's a good player, so I don't really have a great comparison for you guys on Keaton. Agam says, I think there will be a trade at 4 p.m. sharp. It'll be Jaylen Brown going to the Lakers. That's a bold prediction there. Did I host the NBA Finals? I did not stream during the NBA Finals, but obviously watched all the games. I watched a couple of the games with some buddies actually too, and it was very fun to watch Jalen Brunson win a title. As a Mavs fan, my heart was ripped out, but you know, it was fun to see him succeed at the highest level for sure. Lakers since 1990 here clearly woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Says everyone on YouTube says you're an absolute legend and it's annoying. Well, here I'll help you with that. Lakers since 1990, you are not an absolute legend. So sorry that someone peed in your cereal this morning, but hopefully you don't take the rest of the day too seriously and instead try and have fun on the day of the NBA draft like the rest of us are all doing. Double J says, thoughts on what the Cavs should do, who to grab at 29, or maybe trade back into the early second for X player. I wouldn't mind trading back and grabbing Brazil around 34 to 38. For Cleveland, like, I think big is very much in play. Like Zubi Ejiofor would be a name that I would watch for. I think that's who we mocked at 29 earlier in this stream. So there's a lot of possibility for sure. A Beam is saying that supposedly the Clippers and Pelicans are talking trade. I'm not certain on that, but we'll see. May wants to know, why did you put Dalen Swain so high on your draft board? I have him at 15. It's not like super high, but he's got the best crossover in the draft. Thank you to College Basketball Analytics for all the data that you've seen throughout the year this year. Let's pull up Dalen Swain's shot chart for everybody real quick, just so everyone understands. Only 13% of his two-pointers made this year were assisted, and only 56% of his three-pointers made were assisted, which is very low percentile rankings. And yet, look at how efficient he was. Unbelievable rim efficiency, 76 shots at the rim this year, which is very good. He shot 67.6% at the rim. And let's go compare that to somebody like AJ Dybantsa and his shooting numbers. And if we look at Dybantsa, he had 173 rim attempts. Now he shot at 6% better at the rim, which is why he's about to go first overall tonight. But Dalen Swain was kind of in that same conversation. If you compare that, let's go look at, this will be a very good one for you guys to look at. Let's go compare that to somebody like Braylon Mullins, who a lot of people really liked. Here's Braylon Mullins' shot chart. Oh, almost no rim volume and not very efficient at the rim. And by the way, he didn't even shoot it that well from three. Shot it really well on midi pull-ups, but the rest of the numbers were not very strong for him. So if you just want to know, like, why do I like Swain? He can dribble, pass, and shoot it a little bit. Like the shot is really the biggest question mark, and we'll see if that actually ever like stabilizes. It might not ever, but We'll see. ITK, appreciate you for that. Chase here says, Jake Fisher, I believe that Dallas, if it stays at number 9, takes Nate Ament. Sources say that the Hawks and Mavericks both visited Ament last weekend in Memphis, where he was completing his pre-draft prep. Could you imagine if Atlanta, who has Zachary Risach on their roster, took Nate Ament here at number 8? I really don't want Nate Ament in Dallas. I'm not going to lie. It's a total Masai Ujiri pick, but I really don't want that. Is it inevitable the Celtics move Jaylen Brown at this point? I don't think it's inevitable, but it seems likely, which is really surprising to me, honestly, that that's kind of coming together this quickly. Graham here says the Spurs really need to replace the chaos agency and the hustle that they sent out with Mamu and Blake. Cornette was a solid addition, though. The Spurs need a bit more hustle muscle to support the young trio. Who would help with some chaos and some strength and size? Morez Johnson Jr. He would help with a lot of that. I've talked about Swain as kind of a discount AJ for a bit now. One of the biggest differences, and this is why you want to see why there's a reason that AJ is all the way up here and Swain's all the way down here on my board. Dybantsa has got a really mature, nuanced game with how he scores. He's got, in my opinion, the best gathers in the draft. Like his ability to corral the ball in tight spaces, his hand strength, his side-to-side agility that kind of shows up in his Euros and gathers. It's all really special. Tonight you'll see on Twitter when he gets drafted, I'm going to post a clip that will really emphasize that. So I've got a lot of stuff already planned for the draft tonight too over on Twitter. So make sure you're following the Twitter links in the description. It'll be a great place for you to keep up with all my draft grades as the draft plays out tonight. But I really like AJ's game, and I think the maturity in his scoring is better than Dalen Swain's, with his footwork being significantly better. His shot fake is better. His mid-range scoring diet is better. He's just a better player than Dalen Swain, but Swain obviously has some of that rim volume. He's got a really nice crossover, whether it's left to right or right to left, and I think that's at the kind of heart and crux of who he is as a player. Isaiah wants to know where I would have had Braylon Mullins on my big board. This year, he would have been probably down here around Koa Pete. I don't have a firm ranking because after April, I stopped, really strongly considering him for this draft, and I just haven't put as much thought as I need to for each ranking. It takes me, you guys have no idea how long this board takes me. It takes me so much time, and that doesn't count any of the time obviously watching the games and diving through the film and everything. I'm just talking about the actual presentation of the board, realizing why I'm putting players where, because not only do I make this board and then post it, but I also record a 2-hour long video on it. And you better know what you're talking about. If you're going to have a 2-hour video, you have to be able to really verbalize and vocalize what you believe and think. So there's a lot of thought and time that goes into it. So again, it's kind of a little bit of a disservice to myself to say where Braylon Mullins would be off that, but he would probably still be top 30, just given who else withdrew in the class this year as a whole. Loser here says, do you think the Pistons trade up? I don't expect them to trade up as much as I expect them to maybe sniff around a possible trade with Milwaukee. Now we're gonna use Miami here just for ease of access for Tyler Hero, but of course you can just remember that this is basically Milwaukee trading Tyler Hero, and financially some of the easiest ways to get there would be this kind of package plus pick 21, or you could use the 2027 first. And this kind of deal is one that I like a lot, where Detroit would still have a draft pick to use tonight. They'd be able to improve their roster a bit in the short term by both drafting somebody and then also taking Tyler Hero, which would be very good. But Gorgeous Rock says, heard the Suns want Koa Pete. That would definitely be interesting for them. Yes, Giannis did get traded. The draft, Farouk, is tonight. The draft is at 8 p.m. Eastern time tonight. We are 3 hours and 20 minutes away from the start of the NBA draft, which I'm extremely excited for. Chase here wants to know why I'm out on Amen from a scouting perspective. Well, one, I'm a big believer in functional play strength. I think Nate Ament is a little thin and wiry and doesn't have a lot of functional play strength. Of course, when you watch the film, You can see some of the movement skills. I'm not completely fully out on him. Like, I still have him top 30 on my big board, which is, I think, a still meaningful vote of confidence. But there are legitimate limitations. And I think if we just go back over to some of the numbers here, first of all, he didn't shoot a lot of threes this past year at all. 40th percentile in three-point rate. Had a very poor shooting season. Now, some of the benefits is he got to the free throw line a lot. That's really good. That was one of his biggest strengths. He was impactful on defense, which is pretty decent, like competed on that end of the floor. But then this is like, I mean, there's a lot of red. You guys can kind of see what I'm talking about here. Unholy Trini, thank you for the $5 super chat. Let's get some W's in here for Trini. Let's get some W's flying in the chat. Absolute legend, Sheldon. Another great year of draft content. Praying for a Yaxel fall to 20 for my Spurs. That would be ridiculous for San Antonio. If they get any kind of legit power forward in this draft, looking at Yaxel or Merez, any of those two Michigan guys would be unbelievable for them. But Trini, thank you for supporting the channel. I always appreciate reading your comments and having your support. So thank you so much for another fun year of watching my content and leaving some great comments and sharing your thoughts with me down in the comment section below too. So really glad you could stop into the stream today. Super thankful for you being in here. It's been a really fun draft cycle, like really, really fun. And I love seeing those W's flying too. Make sure you guys drop in those W's for Trini here. But an absolutely great time for sure. And just a lot of fun that we've had to see this year. But looking at Amen's numbers, he shot 53% of the rim, which is terrible. That's 9% worse than the Division I average. He did not shoot it great in the paint. He shot okay, but not great. He shot really bad. Like, look, he shot 33% on middies, and that was his largest shot diet was middies. And then he shot it. It just wasn't good this year. Like, that's. You can talk about everything and you can break down all the skills and the upside, but at some point the guys have to be good at basketball. And Nate Ament was not good at basketball this year for Tennessee at all. I think his translation to the NBA will look different, and that's where evaluating the skills is important, because I think in a simplified role and not being a go-to post-scoring option and instead being a spacer and a play finisher, his life will be a little bit easier. But it was a bad year, to say the very least. It was not a good season, and that also shows up in his playmaking stuff. Like, just kind of a mid playmaker, almost a 1-to-1 assist to turnover rate. Unbelievable. Like, he shot 43% on twos. It's kind of bleak here. Kind of bleak. Mud Dog wants to know who the Spurs are drafting to add next to Wembanyama. I have a mock draft that we did earlier. This is who I had San Antonio take at number 20. I have them taking Jaden Quaintance out of Arizona State and Kentucky. And of course, yeah, you guys are asking a lot of great questions, so it's always fun to answer your guys' questions. And the thing is too, like, obviously I spend so much time, and I think my draft track record speaks for itself to a pretty good extent, but there's always pathways where I end up being wrong. And that's, as much as, like, here's the thing, it's almost like a counterintuitive process, because you watch film, you watch back tape, you watch everything that's happened already, and you're trying to use that to predict the future. And it's kind of a misnomer on how it actually works, because coaches are watching the film and then correcting off of the film. So if you're using the film to make intelligent notes and analysis, the coach that hopefully is leading development for these young players are correcting the things that you're pointing out as flaws. And over time, if you correct enough of those flaws, the player improves and develops. And that's one of the fun things about the draft in general is, you go through and you find guys that you really like, guys that you're super excited about, but also guys that you have questions about and concerns about. And then you hope to be wrong about those players, because that means the NBA got a really good player. It means that their careers developed and panned out in a way that you weren't even expecting. That's what everyone should be rooting for. Every evaluator, like, I feel like so much of draft Twitter, everyone wants to dunk on everybody and be right, and they want to be the exact person who predicted everything, and I've had my moments of that, and it's something that people should have fun and take a little bit of pride in their work and their evaluation, everything. But some of my favorite ones are the ones I was wrong about. Like I was young at the time, but I did not like Trae Young in the 2018 draft class. I was very nervous about him. Some of the reasons why have panned out to be relatively true, but he's an unbelievably talented player, and I underrated him going into his draft class. Donovan Mitchell's another one where, again, I was younger, but it's a player that I learned some from in evaluation. And there's still flaws and issues with all of these players, but there's a lot of things that they're really great at too, and it's always fun to see them succeed and thrive. So, well, heck yeah, says after seeing Miami is trying to move Jovic, who do you think would even want him? You're looking at, in my opinion, what's going to be kind of a salary-motivated move where they try and move him for less salary. Diluted here says, I went over and followed you on Twitter. Let's enjoy the draft together tonight. Appreciate that. Let's go see over on Twitter right now what we've got. I would Trey Murphy has reportedly signaled a desire to play elsewhere per Sam Amick, which is interesting. There's definitely a bunch of Trey Murphy noise. It seems pretty clear that he has also signaled a desire to play elsewhere. The market is going to be pretty robust. The Nets, the Clippers were mentioned as teams that were out front in the race, but I think their list is very long. Detroit, Boston, very interesting combination of possible suitors. I think, again, Indiana would be a team to watch, but I'm going to throw a little bit of caution into the wind. You buyer beware a little bit on Trey Murphy. I like him. I think his game fits well around other talent, but there's definitely going to be some challenges. Brian says, could you scroll through your recent mock? It's actually my most recent mock, the one that I posted on Monday yesterday, is actually in the description. So you can look at it in the description. Picks 1 through 30 are in there. It'll tell you who I had picking who. Appreciate you, Scooby, for being in here again. Scooby's been watching the channel for a long time. Beer Battered says, if OKC had a heart, they'd take the 22nd pick in 3 seconds and give Sixers the 12th. Be nice. The Thunder don't like helping other people, and unfortunately, every NBA GM makes a trade with OKC thinking that they've helped them. And that's not how it is. OKC uses every other team to its advantage, and there's been multiple examples of that. But Scooby, thanks for tagging me over there on Twitter in this. Thank you to Sylvan for following, like you said here in the chat. Thank you to Beav for following, and thank you to Luigi as well for following. Make sure you guys go follow over on Twitter. We are getting close to 6,900 followers. Nice. So make sure to follow over there. Brian, appreciate you. Thanks for being in here today. Beak says, oh, my Jazz draft. Peterson, having said that, what's your thoughts on them signing Quentin Grimes in free agency? He could be a good role player for us. I do like Quentin Grimes. I actually think I mentioned him in my offseason preview for the Utah Jazz this offseason too. So I would like him quite a bit. I think he'd be a pretty nice option for y'all as a addition or candidate to improve the roster for sure. I think he would be quite a good pickup. Thank you to everyone for tuning in so far to the draft stream. It's been a great time. I've had a lot of fun. You guys have been an absolute awesome chat to hang out with and enjoy the draft today so far. Obviously we are just about 3 hours away from the NBA draft. I was planning on taking an intermission here at some point, but I don't know. We're gonna keep rolling strong and doing our best to stay on top of the draft here in general. So a lot of fun stuff. Appreciate you guys all for being in the comment section. I wouldn't say it's hate. I don't know. That's the one thing is, like, you can say that you have concerns or like hesitancy in wanting to give up 3-4 first round picks for somebody without it being hate. It's very important, I think, to understand. Trey Murphy III is expected to be moved during tonight's draft with Clippers, Nets, Celtics, Warriors, and Pistons as potential suitors. Remember, this is one of my predictions this morning was Trey Murphy getting traded. And there is definite suitors for him, according to Legion Hoops, who is an aggregator. Nikki says, I'm a little confused on Trey Kaufman run. I just don't believe his game will translate to the NBA. I think he's at best a two-way. I mean, I just think the skill and touch is really strong. Like, you know, I think defensively there's a ton of issues for sure. Like, but he's a 4, so I think his feel and all that's going to be okay and viable. Like, he comes in, like, just to understand some of the analytics, and like this is the one thing that kind of bothers me too. I think Draft Twitter gives a really bad impression on analytics. I use analytics for everything that I do, but it's mirrored and partnered with film study. And the nice thing is I can show you guys the analytics without getting copyrighted. And Kaufman-Renn has really solid playmaking feel. Shows up in 17% assist rate, 80th percentile. He doesn't turn over the ball a lot. He was really valuable for Purdue, playing out of the pocket all year, playing off of Braden Smith in high pick and roll, and then being a connective player out of the middle of the floor. So that's really good. Now, he doesn't get to the free throw line a lot. That's one of the big concerns for him. And again, defensively, it's pretty rough. He's just not productive on defense at all. Like, these are very bad numbers defensively, which is, you know, that's one of the big problems with him. But he's very efficient. And if we look at his shot chart, this is where he's really unique. Look at how effective he was at the rim. Almost 78% at the rim this past season. Very good in this, like, kind of floater range, and then good in this touch range too. Now, obviously, he doesn't shoot any threes. Like, you know, that's very obvious, like, seeing him. But look at his touch here. From 12 to 14 feet, he shot 58% here in that spot of the floor, 61% from the left side. Like, and if we get into complex zones, you'll see, like, look at how good his far paint touch is. This is, like, special. 26 and 43 is crazy from here. Let's just go to look at, like, someone like Adai Mara, just for an example of touch and just for a brief comparison. Again, I like Mara more than Trey Kaufman-Renn too. So this isn't like saying, oh, Trey Kaufman-Renn's a steal. But look at the volume and sample difference, right? 4 of 8. And, like, he just doesn't shoot from this far out. And that's really valuable playing out of the pocket in the short roll. Kaufman-Renn's just got unbelievable touch. You look at what Ivica Zubac has turned into. And now Zubac is an anchor, and he's, I think, way better than Trey Kaufman-Renn. But, you know, it really just does center around the touch, the ability to play out of the middle of the floor, weaponize ball screens. Like, he's a very good offensive prospect, in my opinion. Will he ever get the opportunity? Maybe not, and that's one of the risks I take here. But that's all right. If I'm wrong, that's okay. At the end of the day, there's players who just never get the opportunity, and I don't think Kaufman-Renn's ever going to have a big opportunity to begin with. And even if he did, I don't think he's like this home run player. And I don't know, the verbiage on being super high on him is interesting too, because I had him at where did I have him on my final board? 37, with no upside into being a top 8 role player. So I was just lower on him in general. But than that, like, it's just like I really think in this draft, like, the depth of the second round got cratered a bit, honestly. Like, I wouldn't want a non-top 40 pick. MJU says, I've been coming here for a few years now. Sheldon, keep doing what you're doing, man. You'll get where you want to go. You're a class act. I appreciate that, my man. Things are trending upward. I've been doing some really great stuff, and feel like I'm very close to breaking through in the way that I want to. So hopefully we get there. The best thing you guys can do to help is just continue putting my name out there. You know, if you know someone, or if you have connections, or if you just recommend me all over the place, that would help a ton. I appreciate that, MJU. I'm glad that you feel like you get a lot of good stuff from the channel here. I'm glad that you feel welcomed in the streams here too, and I'm just very grateful for you taking time out of your day to hang out with us on draft day. Scooby says, I really want one of your predictions for the Lakers because I have no faith in Rob. Sprinkle some of that utility sports magic on Rob's brain, please. All right. My prediction is the Lakers draft a big man at 25, and that prediction is, well, it's not Michigan Terrace Reed, UConn Terrace Reed, who was an absolute beast on the glass, especially. Look at the rebounds per 40 minutes, almost a little bit over 13 per 40 minutes, which is very, very good. What's the highest I see Vasar going? Probably like just being honest about it. Let's go over to this tab quick. The most likely outcome for him to go high would be like 23. I don't, San Antonio, I think I mocked him one time to the Spurs at 20, but I really think like the Hawks are kind of the starting point for him. And Lakers would be an option. The Nuggets would be an option. The Celtics could be an option. The Nets at 28 would be an option now that they traded away. Nick Claxton. So really anywhere in this kind of 23 through 30 range is kind of the range I would expect him to go. If he makes it to the second round, he's going to be an absolute awesome pick. Maximiliano here wants to know what time the draft starts. It starts at 8 p.m. Eastern time. Silver here says, do you think we'll end up seeing all those top guards going from 5 to 8, or will there be a team that breaks it by taking someone like Mara and Ament? It does seem like it will get possibly broken up from 5 through 10 with Ament somewhere in the mix there. So we'll see. Patrick here says, I heard Pelicans are doing something big. There have been a lot of rumors about that for sure. We'll see how that kind of all shakes out and everything, but a lot of rumors for sure. Graylick says, did the Wizards really need a small forward? Bilal Coulibaly, okay. It's not about needing a small forward. It's about needing an elite scorer. Let's go over to this will be a great opportunity. Let me show you guys how some of this stuff works here, okay? Or on NBA.com, we can go to team stats, go to see all stats. Again, this is all completely free to use. This is a very useful tool. And if we just look at points per game, Washington ranked 6th last in points per game. So they just need more offensive talent. Luckily, AJ Dybantsa led all of college basketball in scoring. So that should, in theory, help. And then we can go in and look at tracking data, and we can look at drives, and we can look at the regular season. And where did Washington rank in drives per game? The answer for Washington is not very good. If we find them here, 45 drives per game. Guess what? AJ Dybantsa is an elite driver. That should help them. Then we go look at, pull-up shooting. This will be an interesting one. This is one I haven't even looked at for the Wizards since the end of the season. Where do they rank in pull-up scoring per game? Actually, really not that bad. Where are they at? There we go. They were toward the top, thanks to Bub Carrington. Just kidding. CJ McCollum was a factor in that, I'm sure, but 25.6. Now the overall effective field goal percentage on these. This is SGA propaganda right here, by the way. The Thunder leading this category on pull-up scoring, but the Wizards were actually relatively efficient in pull-up scoring. But Dybantsa should fit that pretty well. And then we go to some of the play type. What about isolation? How good were they in isolation this year? We'll sort by team here and go to Washington, and their isolation was terrible. If you look at that across the league, they actually had the 3rd worst isolation attack, only ahead of Atlanta, Indiana, and Orlando. Just behind Orlando, excuse me. So, a speaker says you're 100% right. They had like basically the worst defense in the league. That's why I'm pessimistic about Brian Keefe. And listen, that's not going to be drafting AJ Dybantsa pick 1 here is not going to be a defensive solution for them, which is still going to be a problem. And if we look at let's just go over to general and advanced. Here's the thing, the Wizards, yes, the defense was god awful. They had the worst defense in the league, like I said, just unbelievable. They also sucked on offense. They have the 2nd worst offense. So, you need to at least address one side of the ball, and you're probably not taking a defensive-minded player first overall. So, There it is. And then they just need Brian Keefe to actually learn how to defend small screens, because I tell you guys right now, when I do film studies of other teams and I put together clips for other videos, like last night or this morning, I had a Miami Heat video come out about Giannis and his fit there. Anytime I see a Wizards game, I completely avoid it. I click out of it. I avoid that. I'm not going to pull any film from that game because the Wizards were so atrocious on defense that it's a waste of my time to draw any film from the other team's offense against their defense. It was a complete waste. There's a reason Bam Adebayo scored 83 points in a game against Washington. Washington is an absolute disaster. The fact that Brian Keefe has as much support as he does is crazy to me. This was one of the worst teams I've ever seen, honestly, this past year. The fact that they won 17 games is a testament to how much the other teams were also trying to not win for stretches this season. But Diluted Element says this is a legendary draft, definitely a very good one. Very excited. Wupo says manifesting Flemings to the Mavericks. Elijah wants to know, will the Pacers trade into the first round? I don't expect them to, honestly. Daniel says, who do you have the Bucks taking at 10? I honestly expected them to take Nate Ament at 10, but with some of the recent reporting from Jake Fisher, which we're going to go back over to here real quick, there has been reporting from them that the Mavericks are supposedly interested in taking Nate Ament at 10, which opens the door here for Dallas. Who would I like to see as a potential Brian Keefe replacement? Jason Kidd would be a really good hire for them. Sean Sweeney, if he would have not gotten hired by Orlando, I would have loved him defensively for the Wizards, building a team defense there. I think, you look around the league right now, obviously Mike Inori just got scooped up. There's a few good assistant coach options. John Shire obviously just turned down the Mavericks, so would he come to Washington, D.C.? Probably not, but I would really love him. Elijah wants to know if I think Dusty gets someone from Michigan tonight. No, I think the answer to that is no. Joseph says, do you see the Hornets trading into the second round tomorrow night? Honestly, it's hard for me to tell you that right now without knowing what they accomplish or do in round one. And it's possible that maybe they trade down a little bit tonight, move down a couple spots, and pick up a second round pick in the process anyway. So by the end of tonight, you might even already have that answer there, Joseph. But I don't have a firm answer that makes me feel really confident that I want to just say, this is for sure going to happen. I don't feel that way. Zund here says, when is the draft? The draft is at 8 p.m. Eastern time, so a little bit under 3 hours away. Mr. Lucky says, is this enough to get pick 3 from Memphis? Hornets give Bridges pick 14, 18, another future first in 2 seconds. No, I do not think that's enough. I think you're probably 2 first-round picks at least away from getting there. Honestly, if you want pick 3, you're probably having to give up 14, 18, and all 3 of the first you have next year. The Mavs first, the Heat first, and the Hornets own first is kind of the starting point of what I'd be at minimum asking for if I was Memphis. And even then, I'm not even sure if I would do it because I value quality of draft pick over quantity of draft pick pretty firmly. Telerion here says Flemings was as high as 4th or 5th in the earlier parts of the NCAA season on mocks. Any chance he moves ahead of the other glut of guards' earliest landing spot? The earliest he probably goes is 6th to Brooklyn, I would assume. You have the top 4 going in the top 4. Caleb Wilson will be pick 4 to Chicago. Pick 5, unless there's a trade up, I don't think the Clippers are going to pick a smaller guard, which moves Acuff off of the board for them. It moves Kingston Flemings out of contention to go 5th. And it really puts the onus on one of Michael Brown Jr. or Keaton Wagler for the Clippers, which means that then the earliest he could possibly go is 6 to Brooklyn, which I think would be a real possibility. But I've overwhelmingly landed on pick 8 for Flemings to the Atlanta Hawks more often than not in a lot of my mock drafts. It's either there or at 9 to Dallas would be a possibility, and then 10 to Milwaukee is kind of the floor, in my opinion. Brain Pop wants to know if the draft will be streamed here. No, this is kind of a draft preview show. We're going live for the day of the draft, and then when the draft rolls around, we will kick it over there to them for a while. Mr. Lucky says, what's going on with Kobe White and the Hornets? What do you think he will get paid and when? Any thoughts? I think he will get paid about $15 million a year, somewhere around that mid-level exception. 3 years, 45 is probably in the ballpark of what Charlotte should be willing to do. I think if you pay more than that, you're risking being on a negative contract, in my opinion. So, do I think the Bulls will trade up from number 15? Honestly, I do not. Templar, thanks for throwing in the W's. Appreciate you. Tiger Uchiha says, Darius Acuff will end up being the best player in the draft. I predict 4 teams will be pissed they passed on him. I would be surprised if he ends up being the best player. But credit to you if it ends up happening, Tiger, if he ends up being the best player. There's a good chance he's a top 3 offensive player from the draft. He's going to be very, very good. Beer Battered says, did Nets hit on any of their multiple picks last year as to the quality over volume argument? The issue, and I just didn't really like the process that they went about with their picks last year too. Like, I don't know, they just not a great draft from them in my opinion. But thank you for the agreement as well on the value of quality over quantity. Like, if the Nets, like, just think about it. If you were Dallas last year, would you have traded pick number 1 for the 5 firsts that the Nets had? No, right? You're not going to trade Cooper Flagg for that combination of players. And the same thing is true, like, even number 2. If the people pre-draft were saying we're freaking out about the Spurs and how they didn't need Dylan Harper, imagine if the Spurs traded Dylan Harper for that package. It would not look great now. It would have been awesome for Brooklyn. Yeah. Eduardo here says, how would you rate the Giannis trade for the Bucks? I have draft grades up on Twitter, or trade grades up on Twitter, but we'll go over and pull them up here quick. For the Bucks, I gave them an A- B+. Obviously, there's still time, and I said this is subject to change too. But there's time for them to reroute players and assets. I thought they did pretty well. It was a pretty good trade, in my opinion, for them. Jay Beasy says, late pick that can make an all-defensive team. My bet is Ugana and Yenso. I mean, Yenso obviously has the super high block rate. I am a little worried about Ugana and Yenso as an individual player. I think Zubi Ejiofor would be the name that I would probably point to. Maybe Baba Miller being a guy. And then Malik Brown. Malik Brown is an awesome defender. If he was any good on offense, he would be a top 20 pick. But he is complete anti-gravity, I know. So, do I think Jaylen Brown will end up in New Orleans? I never want to rule out New Orleans from getting involved in something on draft night. So, maybe. What was my player comp for Adai Mara? Honestly, like, I don't really have a great one for him. Like, there's a little bit of Sean Bradley. There's a little bit of Arvydas Sabonis with some of the passing flashes, but I don't think he's as good offensively as Arvydas Sabonis was as a whole. So I don't know. There's a couple of like loose comps. Again, comps are kind of limiting sometimes. I promise you, AI Matrix, that this does not happen. The spamming. Let's try to avoid spamming because it makes it harder for me to read every comment. So, Beam says, "What would be the trade for Trey Murphy to the Clippers?" We can go look at that. Let's select new teams here. Pelicans and Clippers, and start trade. So for this, Trey Murphy makes $27 million, which is important to understand. Now, financially, this is where things get kind of hard. So you could use a free agent. You could look at like someone like John Collins and sign and trade him into a deal. That would be possible. You could obviously, there was some speculation about Benedict Mathurin. You could sign and trade him realistically, like somewhere starting around 23 million, 24 million. This is, what if I go to This should not be failing, I don't think, because they have apron space. If I renounce here, does that work? That should not be failing, just being completely honest with you. But something like this, and then I don't know, maybe pick 5. I don't think pick 5 would be included in this, but man, that would be such a weird decision for the Clippers. I can't see them doing that. Like, this would probably be one of the indie picks, and then I don't know, something like this. I just don't love it. The only reason I'm doing this is because New Orleans was interested in Mathurin at the trade deadline, because of course they were. Typical New Orleans. Joseph here says, would love to see the Hornets trade up to get Caleb Wilson. Yeah, I mean, he'd be great for them. The athletic tools would be awesome for them. I think the functionalities of short roller would be great. Jay Gill says, thoughts on Blazers getting Mike Inori? Only 1 year guaranteed. Never seen it before. Yeah, it's crazy. I would not feel good if I was Mike Inori signing a brand new contract to become a head coach for an NBA team, and you have 1 guaranteed year with team options. That's a little crazy to me, honestly. But he's a solid coach. We'll see if he sticks. That's kind of the overwhelming question now. Here we have a question from Lily. She says, Boston doesn't deserve Brown. I'm sure he wants out after the Giannis situation. That has been a topic of discussion today. Comment right now which team you think he's going to get traded to. Here's the entire list of teams up on the screen. Who is Boston going to send him to? A couple of names that are, I think, worth noting. The Hornets head coach used to be an assistant in Boston, Charles Lee. The Rockets head coach used to be the Celtics head coach, Ime Udoka, when the Celtics made the NBA Finals and lost to the Golden State Warriors a few years ago. True Vision, thank you for the 5, says Pods. D. Jones, 11th, 29 swap to the Pelicans and 2 future seconds. Kawhi, Beal, Misi to the Warriors. Trey Murphy to the Clippers. Okay, definitely interesting. So the Warriors give up 11. They give up Pajemski. They give up some stuff. Clippers get their guy in Trey Murphy, and then the Warriors go all in on Kawhi. Financially, I'm not sure if that even works. You're missing. I'm assuming you probably want Jimmy's contract in there as well as part of this, but interesting, True Vision. Interesting tweet. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And yeah, comment who you think would trade for him right now. The Pelicans obviously are a team that could make some sense. You know, Brooklyn just got Julius Randle, so could the Nets be a Jaylen Brown destination? I mean, maybe. I don't think Chicago would. Cleveland, no. Detroit, maybe, but probably not. Indiana, no. Milwaukee, clearly no. The Knicks are obviously a no. The Raptors are no. The Sixers are a no. Wizards are probably a no. Mavericks should be a no. The Rockets are kind of a yes, maybe. The Wolves would be interesting. It's going to be a big night. Tiger here says, could a Jaylen Brown to Toronto trade work? Quickly, Grady at 19, 2 future ones. Yes, in theory it could. The issue is I think there's a lot of overlap for Toronto's roster, just positionally on the wing. And then I think if you're Boston, you're obviously still trying to win a championship, right? Like if we're just being honest about this, we'd still need more salary in here too. You'd probably I really don't think they'd want Jakob Poeltl. You could maybe do RJ, something like this, salary-wise functions, and then you throw 19 and 2028 one and whatever 2031, something like this. But I don't know. If I'm Boston, I'm just kind of passing on that deal, honestly. Brian here says Brown is a Hawk. He is from Georgia, so that would be very interesting. Jay here says, what do you see Portland doing with having all those picks and owner wanting to make a splash? Please keep Anthony Davis away. They would be another possible Jaylen Brown team. If we just go look at Boston and Portland here, pull up what their possible pathways would be. Jaylen Brown to the Blazers, and then you have Jeremy Grant's contract, Shaedon Sharpe's contract fits really easily into this. That's kind of their pathway a little bit here. And then you obviously have the Milwaukee picks that you could use. So that's kind of the beginning of the pathway there. Yeah, Grady Dick won't be a Raptor next season. He's going to get salary dumped somewhere. But here, hopefully my Hornets don't lose Kobe White. I don't think that they will. I think Kobe will be back with them for sure. James here says, I think how many hours till the draft? 2 hours, 45 minutes from the draft. Terry says Trey Murphy and Jordan Poole for Brown. That is another possible pathway that would financially work. Jordan Poole is going into the final year of his deal. So there's Poole's expiring contract. There is Trey Murphy. Trey Murphy could actually fit into this trade exception too, which is interesting. So actually, if you really wanted to, this financially works. Pelicans save a ton of money. This is interesting. I could see New Orleans for sure doing this, and I could see Boston being pretty happy about getting those two wings in Jordan Poole and Trey Murphy, Herb Jones and Trey Murphy. Co-Biscuit here says, love the show. What would it take to pry Khalil Ware off the Bucks? Would love to see him and John Collins with Luka Doncic. We can talk about that here. Co-Biscuit, thank you for the $5 super chat. Let's get some W's in the comment section for all of the super chats today. It's been a lot of fun. The draft it's been a great day so far, and we've got a whole lot of action yet to happen, of course. We are going to put the Miami Heat in here. Just remember, this is now basically operating as the Milwaukee Bucks. We'll start with the Lakers. When we look at a possible Khalil Ware trade, the one thing that's important is he does not make a lot of money. So matching salary is very difficult. You could start with Dalton Connect to just make the money work, and then you look at draft picks, and pick 25 could be in it. That's kind of an early starting point for you. But reportedly, Khalil Ware is a player that Milwaukee really likes. And because of that, you're probably not getting him for Dalton Connect and pick 25, which means you would need another first-round pick in the process. And this is where I start to run into some issues, because this is a really hefty opportunity cost and a big-time risk for the Lakers. This is a significant risk for them, and one that I just wouldn't love. Nah here says, big brain, Brad Stevens got ahead of himself. You don't put one of your core pieces out there if you can't seal it. Gonzalez and Shireman being too much is ridiculous. Well, the issue here is it wasn't just Ugo and Baylor Shireman being too much. It was the fact that it's Jaylen Brown plus those guys plus multiple firsts. If anything, them not being willing to do the trade is probably a vote of confidence into Jaylen Brown than anything. Because if they're trying to move from Brown to Giannis, they're probably not trying to give up a whole bunch of else, because they feel like the gap between those two guys isn't as significant as Milwaukee viewed the gap. That's at least how I read it. But, obviously the fact now that he was very clearly in trade rumors and offered essentially is, of course, unsettling for Brown going forward. Brandon says, been a fan of yours for a few years now, ever since Box and One got the gig with the Sixers. Yeah, it's been I'm very happy for Spinella. Glad that he was able to catch on with an NBA team. He was doing YouTube when I was a little kid even. So, it's awesome that he's found the success that he has. Hopefully that will be me at some point in time. But I appreciate that a lot, Brandon. Thank you for all of the support, and appreciate you watching the channel. Star-Lord says, do you think the Nets will target a center to replace Claxton or sign a center in free agency / start Darryn? I think that they could draft a center. They have pick 28 now. They could take a center there. But they also might just start Darryn Sharp. So we'll see. Luca says, time out Grady Dick. I remember he used your audio for one of his IG posts. He did. Should we try and pull that up on stream here? Let's go over there. Actually, I don't know. I might that might be copyrighted music, but yes, he did use my audio for one of his IG posts, which is pretty cold. And so did Grant Nelson actually, and a few others too. So Brandon here says, back to my thought, what prospects were you absolutely right about, and which were you wrong about in good ways and bad ways? I mean, I was really right about AJ Mitchell. I was the only person in the world who had a lot of regret on him in 2024. He's one of my biggest hits. I mean, I feel like I've been right about a lot of players. Like, pretty much the fun part about evaluating and scouting is you just see what the players can do, and then they continue to do those things a lot of the time in the NBA. Now, there's some guys that haven't gotten the situations that I wanted for them. Player I liked a lot back in the 2020 draft. There was a few of them. I really like Jaden McDaniels. He's aged I was honestly wrong about him because I was too low on him, even though I liked him. Desmond Bane, I really liked. I had a lot of regret on him in that draft. He's obviously been very good in his NBA career. Luka in 2018 was like, I mean, I couldn't even believe that he fell to pick 3. The moment that the Suns hired Igor Kokov to be their head coach, I thought, oh, it's done and sealed. They're taking Luka number 1, and then they didn't. And I was like, what? And then Dallas, my favorite team out of all the teams, was able to trade up and get him. And it was the only jersey I've ever bought on draft night. I literally ordered a Luka Doncic Mavs jersey that night. And it's the only time I've ever done that in my whole life. But fortunately, he plays for the Lakers now. And then players I was wrong about, I was wrong about Trae Young. I talked about that. I was too low on Franz Wagner. I had a lot of questions about how his kind of skill set would translate to the NBA in a faster paced environment compared to his Juwan Howard Michigan Wolverines days. And he's just very skilled, and I underrated his skill set a lot. And then I think trying to think of other guys I was just wrong about. I mean, there's a couple every single draft that I wish I would have ranked higher. Jalen Williams, Santa Clara Jalen Williams was an example of it. I literally wrote in my final kind of little eval period for him, I literally wrote, I should have this guy higher on my board than I do. And then I didn't put him higher on my board, which was just a mistake. So, but he's a very good player, obviously, too. So there's guys that I get right every year, and then there's a couple of guys I get wrong every year, too. Mate here says, is Spida better than Jaylen Brown? No, I don't think so. I think Jaylen Brown is better than Donovan Mitchell, but I think they're kind of in that same tier of player that it's not really crazy. Drillber wants to know if the draft is live on YouTube for free. No, it's on. It's streaming on ESPN and ABC. Dan here says, how far can my Spurs potentially move up in the draft? What would be a realistic framework? I think the highest that they could theoretically move up is probably pick 15. Oh, what happened there? Is Spot Track like dead? What is going on? There's too much network traffic. Okay. Well, basically they'd move up to 15 and they would trade an extra first. Grant Nelson was playing for the Nets at the end of the season. He actually was playing really well for them. Let's pull up his numbers here. He played 4 games for them, averaged 4 points. So you're going to say, oh, well, playing really well. But he was averaging a point every other minute. And his plus minus was only negative 1.8, which isn't terrible. So AJ Mitchell's my dog. You guys know I had to mention AJ Mitchell. Tim Bontemps joining Hawks front office from ESPN. Is that legit? Can you tag me on Twitter if that's real? Oh, wow. That's Tim Bontemps is smart. I like Tim Bontemps. That'd be a great hire for Atlanta if that's true. Wow. Very good hire if that's the case. And some of these people are very interesting on Twitter. Here's the thing about that. In terms of like drives, Jaylen Brown was behind Denny Avdia in drives per game. And Jaylen Brown is absurdly turnover prone. And just to kind of paint a picture here for you, let's just go over to this tab. I'm teaching you guys a lot of stuff that could be very useful for you. There's a lot of data out there that's available for free. You just have to know where to find it. If you've ever gone down to the shooting tab here, this is Giannis. Okay. 92% of his shots are 2-pointers. 61% of them come at the rim. And oh, by the way, this past year, he shot 80% at the rim. 80%. 80% at the rim. Let's go check Jaylen Brown and see if Jaylen Brown shot 80% at the rim this season. And you're going to quickly see what the answer to that is. Jaylen Brown at the rim, only 16% of his shots came at the rim compared to 60. And he shot 74% at the rim. So 6% worse and almost 50% less volume. Like it's not even really a comparison. Giannis Antetokounmpo is the best rim finisher. Speaker, I think here's the thing. One thing I'm going to say, clearly ESPN, obviously I understand how fans view him, all that stuff. Very clearly, his constituents at ESPN enjoy being around him. He wouldn't have been on a podcast with Windhorst and McMahon if they didn't like him. Very clearly they all get along with each other. I think there's some playful bits in there where they joke around, mess with each other. I think, what was it, McMahon used to call him a wet blanket or something. That's pretty funny, but I think he's very smart, and I think he's a really good hire for a team. And if Atlanta did scoop him up, that's gonna be great. Jose Bro, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, would it shock you if Dallas moves into the top 4? Yes, it will shock me if anyone moves up into the top 4. Honestly, wonder if the Spurs are still trading Fox. I think the answer to that is no. Graham Christie, thank you for the chat here. Says, thoughts on LeBron signing with Miami? I think there's a spot he could chase ring, have a spot for Bronny, and LeBron could easily take a pay cut and cover it with outside business opportunity. I've thought about this. I think the answer is overwhelmingly no. And I think the kind of friction between Pat Riley and Giannis Antetokounmpo, or Pat Riley and LeBron from the end of LeBron's tenure there makes it overwhelmingly likely that does not happen. Do I still believe in a Adu Thiero? Yeah, I think Thiero is a good player. You look at what Thiero did his final year at Arkansas. Look at how efficient he was at the rim. You can't tell me there's a player here that isn't going to be able to find a role in the NBA. And then look at what he did on defense. Arkansas, his year, they competed way better on defense with him on than versus off. I didn't even have access to some of this data a year ago, but it was all very obvious when you watched him play. So Adu Thiero is still going to be a solid player in a year or two. Genuine here says, do you like the prospect Hannes Steinbach? He was class in FIBA. Yeah, I like Steinbach. He's a good big for sure. I think he's got starter talent level in the league. Giannis, yes, that is very clearly the fact. And one thing too, actually, this is important about Boston. I showed you guys earlier how you can use NBA.com. This was in case Giannis would have gotten traded to Boston last night. I would have had a video talking about this, but we can look at team shot dashboard, and specifically if we go to team shooting and look at the regular season. Who do you think took the least amount of field goal attempts within 5 feet? Oh, it was Boston. It was Boston. And Giannis shoots a majority of his shots within 5 feet. Now, the rest of the Bucks team didn't around him. That's part of why the Bucks were not good. But that's where Boston would have gotten a lot better. Darryn here, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, do you think Joshua Jefferson's a good pick at 20 for the Spurs? I'm nervous because outside the top 5, the Spurs have drafted very poorly. I wouldn't be too nervous. The Spurs are in such a terrific spot. They're going to get good players regardless. I think Joshua Jefferson's a little bit early at 20. That's not who I would take at pick 20. Someone like Isaiah Evans would be like a really high floor pick for them as just a really nice shooter off the wings for them. So I think they still have some optionality for sure. But how would the Celtics spread the floor with Giannis? Very easily. Giannis is gonna. I really recommend. Let me just pull this up. I really recommend to you guys to watch my breakdown that came out today on YouTube. Like, I spent a lot of time making this exact video right here. Okay, this one that talks about why Giannis and Eric Spoelstra are a match made in basketball heaven. And it's a film study on Miami. Look at the way that New York is guarding him in this thumbnail. He's got 3 guys committed to him in the mid post. So how would Boston shoot the ball around him? Could you imagine Sam Hauser spotting up off of this and Jason Tatum spotting up off of this? Oh my gosh. And Baylor Shire, like, do you know how easy offense would have been for Boston? They would have walked into 20 wide open threes a game because of Giannis Antetokounmpo. It would have been even better. I liked the Giannis fit in Miami. I would have absolutely loved the Giannis fit in Boston. It would have been basketball poetry. Unfortunately, it's just not what happened. But here's the thing, Mason, about the friction. Like, you can say that's cool, it's fine. Like, there's also a difference between like being around that person again every single day. I just think there's a lot of differences. Antoine says, yo, what's up, Sheldon? How do you feel about Tim Bontemps joining the Atlanta Hawks front office? I really like it. If we go back over to Twitter here, just in general, to me, I think he's a really good analyst, and I think he's going to help a team at a very high level. Like, he's very intelligent and knows what he's trying to do, and I think covers the league and understands the league very well. So there's a few things that I think would be better for him, but I think at the end of the day, like, he's a very good basketball mind. Young boy Goda here, thank you for the $5 super chat, says Becky Hammon is annoying, but Knicks fans, she's still right. Brunson is an anomaly. The average finals MVP is 6'9" over the last 75 years. I do think the 75 years part is probably carrying some of that weight a little bit when you had a whole bunch of 7-footers winning it year after year after year for a while. But, I think there's a lot of nuance, but you literally have a Jalen Brunson profile picture. So I don't know. Mr. Ray says, while you're here, hit that like button for Sheldon and all the great work he does covering the NBA year round. Hope you all are well. Appreciate you, Mr. Ray. Thanks for tuning into the stream again this year. Absolutely appreciate it. You guys heard him. Hit that like button. Pinty here says, greetings from Marbella, Spain. I would like Zubi Ejiofor for the Lakers. That would not be a bad pickup at all. For the live chat here, I am going to switch it over to subscriber only mode for chats. Now you only have to be subscribed for 1 minute. So if you hit that subscribe button right now, 60 seconds later, you'll be able to comment again. So make sure to hit that subscribe button. Let's see how we're doing on the actual comments as well, or on the subscriber count, because I'm very curious. Of course, always appreciate when you guys hit that subscribe button. It means that you are enjoying the content here and having a fun time. I feel like we've had a nice little blast here leading up to the NBA draft. We're less than 2.5 hours away. Less than 2 hours away. We are at 38,070 subscribers, which is pretty good. It's pretty cool. So make sure to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Johnny's here, says Dallas should pick Mara at 9. Interesting. Did you see that mock trade with the Hawks for Jaylen Brown? I don't think the Hawks should trade for Jaylen Brown. Honestly, I'd be pretty surprised. I don't think the one thing too, like as much as I would have loved Giannis in Boston, like I'm not going to fault them about the Jaylen, like not making the trade because it is a lot to give up Brown and multiple firsts and a couple of their young players for Giannis. The only issue is now if you trade Jaylen Brown and you don't replace that kind of level of production, I feel like you have pulled away from your championship equity a little bit, which is a little bit concerning to me. Jim says, how's it going, Sheldon? Appreciate you, Jim, for being back in the streams. He says, I still don't think this makes the Heat champions. The more I'm hearing, the more it seems like Darius Acuff is coming to Sacramento. Yeah, I still think the Heat are probably on the outside looking in of that inner championship window, but they'll probably improve their team a little bit this offseason, add another player or two, and maybe their team looks a little bit different come training camp. An Acuff to Sac would be awesome. I like that pick for Sacramento. I know people are going to troll them tonight. People are going to make fun of them. The Kings, I think, would be well served to take Darius Acuff Jr. Honestly, I think he's an identity creator and an identity setter for a team that really just honestly badly needs that. If we go look at this, I think this will be a useful little small exercise here. Let's pull up some Darius Acuff draft information here and just look at some of his data this past year. So obviously an elite true shooting rate. Shot the ball unbelievably well from three. I don't even think this is sustainable. It was that good. Shot it well from the line. Really high usage, as you would assume. Unbelievable assist rate, 32% assist rate. And then the thing that's really impressive about him is, despite being such a high volume, high usage player, his turnover rate really wasn't that high either. 10.1%, which is very good. Go look at some of his shooting metrics. We'll go to complex zones. Just very good across the board. Now, the mid-range game, I think there's a little bit to be desired there. I would like to see him be a little bit more efficient, but there's optimism for him to be an okay mid-range shooter quickly into his career, which I think would be good. He shot it unbelievably well from the corners, and then you just see how dominant he was from the three-point line in general. This is a very good player. And then with the overall just his overall profile in general, this is a guy who is absurdly efficient, created a lot of his own shots, but played off the ball adequately when he was asked to. Would be very good. Sir Lek here says, what is your thoughts on Lakers ring 25 plus 31 first for number 17 and Lou Dort? Helps OKC to dump salary, and for Lakers, solid player and better pick from this draft class. I mean, there would have to be some salary involved going back. That's kind of the issue with the deal. Otherwise, the Lakers would have to renounce LeBron James. But it's an interesting proposition for sure. It just would depend on what salary is going back to. Elite here says you should all like and subscribe. Other high-profile insiders, analysts use comment on Sheldon's stuff. Even they know he's got legit knowledge. Appreciate you, Lip, for the nice comment there. Dylan, congrats to your Knicks again, my man. He says, what are your top 3 player to team fits in the first round for tonight? This is a terrific question. This is a question that we need to go full screen for because I'm excited about that. Let's talk about Utah. Second overall, I think the best fit for them would be Cam Boozer. Point blank simple. I made a breakdown talking about the fit, talking about Peterson or Boozer, who to select, what does that look like? The answer to me was Boozer. I think Boozer would be perfect for them. That would be great. I don't think that's what they're going to do. I think they're going to take Darryn Peterson, but that would be one of my top 3 choices for sure. I think another one that has me really excited now, this one I'm not even going to count into my top 3, but Caleb Wilson to Chicago is great because they have I think, pathways to give him a lot of opportunity, reps, and low leverage moments to learn and develop during game-like scenarios. So that's very good. I think they're going to be able to give him kind of the pathway and the infrastructure to develop and really grow his game on and off the ball. So I'm excited about that. But again, I'm not going to count that as one of my 3. I think for Boston, one of my favorites is Henry Vasar. I think he would be really good for them if they could land him at 27. I think that's a really, really, really good pairing between the two sides. And then let me look at the draft order real quick just to make sure I don't miss somebody I want to talk about. Okay, Bennett Sturts to Detroit. That's another one of my favorites for pretty much every reason that you could imagine. If we go back over to let's show some Ben Simmons love here because a lot of people are going to not understand how good of a basketball player this guy is. Just you have to understand. You have to understand a lot of stuff about Ben Simmons to understand how good of a player he is. First of all of his metrics are very high. Like, this is a very good player. He's got decent size. Like, he's not tiny. He competes. He's green from everywhere on the court. Like, this guy just does not miss. Here's his efficiency: 75% of the rim almost, 45% in the floater range, 51% in the midi, 35% above the break on a lot of volume, 238 above the break threes this past year. Like, that's ridiculous. A lot of them are self-created, okay, kind of similar numbers to what we just saw from Darius Acuff. Only he ranked in the second percentile of assisted three-point percentage rate. So creates like more of his three-point shots than almost anybody else in this draft class. And yet people say, oh, he's not a shot creator. He can't get by guys, but he literally creates the highest volume of shots compared to the majority of his peers in this class. And then I think the most important thing to understand is this right here. Iowa has the slowest pace in all of basketball, pretty much. 61.4 is ridiculously slow. Let's just, for comparison, let's compare that to LeBaron Philon. And with LeBaron Philon on the court, you look at what Alabama's pace was, 72.4, which is 98th percentile in terms of fastest. So there's a very clear difference. And I think for Ben Simmons, the moment that he gets put into a higher pace environment and he doesn't have to play every single second of every single game, life's going to feel easy for him. And he cut a lot of grenades. This is a guy that I think for Detroit would be a dream come true for them on draft night. I really, really would love that for them tonight. Graham, thank you for the kind words. Appreciate that. Deet here says, Sheldon, will you do a show after the draft to list the top UDFAs and where you see them going? Yes. So remember, there's a 2-day draft. Tonight is just round 1. Tomorrow will be round 2. But there will be content tonight after the draft. There will be content tomorrow morning. There will be a bunch of videos. I definitely recommend you stay tuned and check all of those out because there's going to be a lot of really good stuff. ATL Ruben here says, I hope my Hawks don't trade the 8th pick. I'd rather have Flemings or Mara than trade the pick away. I don't think they're going to trade pick 8, honestly. Antoine wants to know how I feel about Aaron Wiggins in Atlanta. He's a solid player. I think he's going to help them a little bit, but I just really wish NBA teams would have hardballed OKC a little bit. And the Thunder were going to have a $215 million tax bill in Oklahoma. I don't think that would have gone over very well. Remember, that's the same organization that traded away James Harden because of a $4 million difference in salary negotiation. Instead, Atlanta gave assets to the Thunder, and the Thunder saved $60 million in tax savings. So I really wish someone would have stuck it to OKC. The Thunder had 15 standard contracts and 2 first-round picks. Do the math on that. It doesn't functionally work. You can at most have 15 players. So they would have had to, by October, cut somebody or decline options on any of Kenny Hustle or Isaiah Hartenstein or Lou Dort. And I feel like Atlanta gave them a couple of assets to get a solid player, but one that saved OKC a crap ton of money. And it's just a little unfortunate, honestly. Teleron here says Boozer would go nuts as a hub with a Will Hardy offense. Exactly. I just think Boozer is literally like cut and dry perfect for what Utah wants to do, and the talent that they have around him would be very good off of him. But I just don't actually think we're going to get to see that. Would Philon be a good fit for Memphis at 16? Yes, a little bit. I think Philon would have been a better fit for Miami. If Miami still had pick 13, I would have listed that as one of the best fits, was the Heat at 13 for Philon. But my thoughts on Nate Ament. He's okay. I don't know. He's, I think, pretty heavily flawed as a prospect. But one thing I want to say about him is he did compete on defense, and I think there's like base levels of feel on the defensive end that has me still somewhat excited at the very least for his NBA projection. Kobiscuit here says, I wonder if Rob Pelinka even looked at any of this data before they drafted Jalen Hood-Schifino. Should we look at Jalen Hood-Schifino's I did not have Jalen Hood-Schifino's board numbers, but let's look at Hood-Schifino. Oh, he didn't get to the free throw line at all. Oh, he didn't impact defense at all. No, his assist rate was okay. His turnover rate was very high. Oh, he was awful on 2-pointers. Oh, he was awful on 3-pointers. Wow. Isn't that crazy how the data? This is freaking crazy. 49% true shooting. Man, what? Oh my gosh. He just never got to the free throw line. Like he didn't even shoot the ball terribly. He just didn't get to the rim and never got to the free throw line. And and he went to top 20. Oh man, his profile looks horrible. This is my first time looking at it on here. This is god awful, honestly. ATL Ruben here says, I think Christian Anderson can be a future All-Star. He's my guy in this draft. Christian Anderson's awesome. Let's pull up his profile. I think it's fun to just check some of these out. You can see how much better his profile statistically looks than Jalen Hood-Schifino's. Now, I'm a little worried about, just his sheer size in general. I think that pops up in a few ways. He turns the ball over a lot because of that. He can't really pass over the top of the defense. Obviously, he's not going to get blocks or rebounds, really. Like, he's just not going to be productive in those areas. But he is a really good passer still, like a very high assist rate and unbelievable three-point shooter. That's really the biggest calling card for him. Not a lot of rim volume, not a lot of paint volume in general, but boy, can he bomb it. 250 above the break three-point attempts this year is it's ludicrous. It's absolutely ludicrous. And he shot unbelievably well in it. And then he also shot 6 of 9 from the corners. So pretty solid numbers. Where is Bryce James? Matrix wants to know. Does Bryce James even have he does not even have a statistical profile because he redshirted. What player has had terrible analytics but ended up being a great player? I have never looked at this guy's player profile either on here, but I'm certain that this will be an example of it. Peyton Watson. I could not believe when this guy went in the first round, by the way. He had one of the worst college basketball seasons ever. Not actually, because he was productive on defense, but God, was he awful on offense. He was so bad on offense. You know how bad you have to have shot to have a 27% free throw rate and still a sub 40% true shooting. This was his shot chart. Oh my gosh. Great players, maybe even a little bit of it, but he's a good player. But whew, man, that was I couldn't believe that he even stayed in the draft that year, and then I couldn't believe that he went in the first round, and then I still can't believe he ended up being really good. I think playing with Jokic has helped, and there still are some flaws in his game for sure. But hey, if Royce White wasn't afraid of airplanes, he would have been fire. Royce White, man. Laboom Boom, I definitely recommend you check out my big board. And I have a sleepers video up on the channel as well, so I definitely recommend checking that out. Christian Anderson on Boston would be good for sure. Who are the top 5 centers in this draft? According to my big board, we'll go in order here. Adaimara, Henry Vesar, Merez, if you want to count him as one, but I'm looking at him more as a 4. Hannes Steinbach, Jaden Quaintance, and then Chris Sinak. In that order are my top 5 bigs. Do I think Adaimara could go to the Hornets? Yeah, that's probably toward his draft floor at pick 14. It's probably the lowest that we'd see him go. Boston says, I think a lot of these guys have ceilings as starters. I mean, for the most part, that's what a lot of my board is, especially after the very top. And, some of these guys, what's the likelihood of them reaching the 100th percentile outcome, right? That's, I think, important to understand. So the answer is no, and he's still my GM. Awesome. Hey, he got you guys Luka Doncic. So whatever, if it came down to the Mavericks having 5 bad drafts in a row, but having Luka back on the roster, I would, I think, sign up for that. So But hey, fortune favors the bold. Hashtag Nico Harrison. To what team do you think De La Rey will go? I think OKC at 37 is a real option as a draft and stash. De La Rey finished 33 on my final big board. I think the Cavaliers at 29 would be a legit option. The Mavericks at 30, I think, would consider him, but probably not go that direction. I don't think Boston at 27 would be super sensible. Yeah. Brooklyn at 33, maybe even, would be a possibility. And then my thoughts on Bobby Miller. Had him at 38. I really like his activity and his athletic tools and how they produce on the actual court. He's a great rebounder. But like he's very rangy and roamy. He's going to be best as a 4 in the NBA, I think. But the issue is he just can't shoot. So I'm just not really sure how his offense really finds productive levels, honestly. Chili Damon here says, does Mike Inori fire his agent after getting only 1 year? No, I don't think so. He's the one who signed, so I'm sure he knew the term of the contract. Reese says, do you think anyone will take Ja? Not tonight. I don't expect that, honestly. Thank you to Brian Pumper GPT for the $5 super chat. He says, please, Mike Gansey, don't mess up. We need size. Everyone this time of year is looking for size. That's right. Minnesota does have 33. Thank you for reminding me. Brooklyn at 28 would maybe be a De La Rey option. Excuse me. Thank you for the reminder there, Matthew. I appreciate you guys' patience as I, especially this time of year, like I'm swamped with certain things, and then literally I covered the trade last night, and then I just spaced my mind today as I'm talking about it. But Joshua Jefferson's going to be the steal of the draft. He was a monster in the Big 12. I do like Joshua Jefferson. Have him at 31. He's a pretty solid player, I think, and I like his playmaking feel. He's the question for me about watching him, and this is, if you watch him, you definitely feel this. But if we look at just his scoring in general, he's just like not super efficient despite having a really good free throw rate, and it just comes down to the fact that he's just mildly inefficient across the board. And the question is then in the NBA, how lively is his playmaking if his scoring isn't a genuine threat? And I think that'll be a question, but he's a good player for sure. And I think he can help a team win. I do like his game. One of my favorite players in this draft that's going to, I think, produce toward winning a lot is Alex Caravan. Have him at number 22. We'll go back over and pull up his profile for you guys too, just so you can see. But you can tell, first of all, there's a lot of green. It's always nice to see. Now he doesn't get to the free throw line at all. This is really the biggest indicator that he's a very low ceiling prospect is he doesn't get to the line. He's not a creator, but he's super turnover averse, never turns the ball over. He passes it adequately well for a wing. Honestly, I think his assist rate is a little underwhelming for what his actual passing skill looks like. Decent block rate. He's active on defense really well. All you're reading from this, he doesn't foul a crazy amount, which is good. Super efficient from 3, adequately efficient on 2s. Overall true shooting number is quite good, nearly 60%. You look at his actual shot charts, a lot of volume. I know he didn't shoot it great. Look at what his catch and shoot numbers in the corner looked like, basically, though, because obviously a lot of this for UConn especially too, they're setting pin screens in here and he's flying out off movement and shooting these. This is what he looks like as a catch and shoot guy. And he shot it really well at the combine during the drills. He's going to return really good value around the right player. This is a guy that if the Lakers took it 25, I'm sure the internet would crash out about tonight. But he would return really good value next to Luka Doncic because he is a sniper. He shot 17 of 25 from the corner this past year, which is, again, not a lot of sample size, but it's kind of crazy, is it not? I wonder if I can let's go to his career shooting. You guys will get a good feel for his career. Look at what he's done for his career from the corner. 44% from the corner for his career. Has shot it unbelievably well for pretty much the entirety of his career. efficient at the rim, 67% of the rim his whole career. Like, this is a good player. He's a very good player. How far does Isaiah Stewart in 21 move the Pistons up? Maybe to 18 is probably the highest that would move you up to with Charlotte. I don't think it gets you higher than that, honestly, which probably means it's not worth doing that. Who's your can't miss prospect outside of the top 5? I'll take Burries. That's a good question. Can't miss. I think from an 82 game impact standpoint, like Adai Mara is going to be a really safe pick because he's just huge. Lendeborg, I think, is going to be a solid player. I wouldn't necessarily label him as can't miss. I'd say, honestly, Bennett Sturts. Like, I just think Sturts is so smart that he's going to, at the very least, be like a TJ McConnell, Ty Jerome, a Colin Gillespie level player, which is still good. And you can probably get him at like pick 20, pick 18, pick 19 in the draft. So Sixers find a way to get Sanak and Trevin Brazil, says Sovereign. BXNII says, would the Pelicans take Ja and 2 first-round picks for Trey Murphy? I mean, yeah, probably, honestly. The Saint says, Alex Caravan, you are a Spur. I don't think the Grizzlies do this, by the way, though, BX. Silver says, do you think the Mavs end up trading one of the vets like Gafford or PJ Washington for a pick tonight? Hopefully PJ. I don't want it to be Gafford, but there's a good chance that they trade Gafford. So I wouldn't rule that out anyway. Only again, Tim Bontemps is reportedly being hired by the Atlanta Hawks, which is interesting, according to Sports Report. I'm not familiar with his work, but very solid. But again, if you guys want to see my final big board, it is up on Twitter. I've been live for almost 4 hours now, which is absolutely crazy. Probably going to stay live for another 15 minutes or so, get past that 4-hour threshold mark, and then probably turn it over to some of the pre-draft content on television because that should be coming up here very shortly. Edo says, who has a higher ceiling in your opinion, Boozer or Wilson? For me, the answer is Boozer. Well, we were good for a while without the internet, and sure enough, it fell apart. Don't worry, Clays. We will get the pizza order going here for sure too, and remember to stay tuned for the actual post on Twitter of that. Mudthorn says, "What are your thoughts on the Giannis trade? Was it an even trade?" I have my grades up there. I gave Miami an A, and I gave the Bucks an A-. And I think for Milwaukee, they were kind of in a weird spot because they had waited so long to trade him. I still think that they did really well. But for Boozer Wilson, I gave Boozer a higher ceiling because I just think he's a better processor, better passer, better shooter, and just a better player, honestly. Like, I know it's pretty simple. Caleb Wilson's really good. I like Caleb Wilson a lot, and he's got a lot of tools and a lot of functionality that he can unlock and uncover with some skill development, but Boozer's just better than him right now. And I think there's a lot more stuff to build off of with Boozer, and Boozer's a little bit younger, if that matters. Antoine, every single year from Super Chats, we end up getting Domino's ordered. So it's not the finest dining establishment, but it's kind of the old adage here at Utility Sports on draft night to get a little bit of Domino's pizza rolling for the night of the draft. So we'll probably pull up Domino's here in just a little bit, guys, and get that ordered up. MK says not Domino's. I mean, it's the tradition. I know it's not sexy, but it's kind of the MO here at Utility Sports. Kuzma says maybe Lakers trade Rui, LaRavia, and some picks for Jaylen Brown. I'm just not sure if Boston would really have the stomach for that. Mudthorn says Caravan or Sanak for the Spurs. Well, the thing is, Caravan's probably going to be available in round 2, so I would just urge the Spurs to trade up to pick 31 if they want Caravan from pick 35. Do I get meat lovers or extra cheese? I'm big on. Hold on, I gotta be careful about my words before I get clipped here on YouTube. I get sausage, pepperoni, all that kind of stuff. Yes, I want to be careful about what I say out loud with my face on camera before it ends up getting clipped and aggregated on Twitter, yelling what I love or. All that, but hold on, pause. Yeah, the first option is what I typically get there. Howie says, if Boozer fell to number 4, could Bulls revive talks with OKC for Jalen Williams? For Jalen Williams, I mean, maybe. Antoine, I'm glad that you thought that was funny too. I just having a good time. That's yeah. Always got to be careful on stream. That would be crazy, Howie. If that happens tonight, that's like a break the internet kind of trade out of nowhere. I don't think that will happen, but it would definitely be fascinating if it did. Boston Sports says Brown will be traded within the next 2 hours before the draft. B-Ball Mute Man, thank you for the 15, says pizza, wings, or tacos tonight. Sheldon needs a couple pizzas. Wish I could stay on longer, but I'm taking a break to get my man a pizza. I appreciate you, my man. Thank you. We need some W's flying in here. I need to see at least 20 W's flying in from everybody in the chat right now. Throw in those W's for B-Ball Mute Man. Appreciate you. He's been watching the channel for a long time. Thank you for all of the super chats today, guys. And it really means a lot. It's a super great privilege of mine that I get to spend draft day with you guys in the way that we do, and I always have so much fun covering the draft, talking about the draft in general, and it's just been such a great year. This year I am going to give you a little bit of time before the draft to go maybe review some of my predictions. I had a couple of videos come out that I really recommend you watch today before the draft. That will one of them is very draft related. The other one's about the Giannis to Miami trade. But I definitely recommend that. And remember tonight too, after the draft, I'm going to have more content coming out. I'm going to have a winners and losers video. I'm going to have some draft grades coming out in the next couple days in general. So it's going to be loaded with content, and it's really going to be, I think, a perfect place to be for you guys. I always strive to give the best content that I can, and hopefully you guys, it seems like you guys enjoy it, and I very much appreciate all of the kind words and everything. So B-Ball Mute Man, thank you again for the very nice super chat. Again, you guys will see on Twitter when that pizza gets delivered tonight, which I'm very excited about. But love seeing those W's fly, and I'm going to try and flash up some of your guys' profiles quick here on the stream too. It's one of my favorite things about streaming too, is getting to show your guys' names and your comments and everything. Howie says they did talk. Can you link that to me on Twitter? I did not see that was. I did not see that they actually discussed that trade. Yeah, I'm not a pineapple on pizza kind of guy either. That does not work for me. Steven here says, what is likely, Kawhi to the Warriors or Murphy to the Warriors? I think Murphy to the Warriors is, or actually no, I am actually going to say that I think Kawhi to the Warriors is more likely than the other way around, just given the salary structuring there. Yeah, let's try not to spam too. Let's try not to spam. I have an interesting question here from Stanek about Caleb Holt and what he can become and contribute for Arizona. I'm going to have this a little bit of a leak here from me too. I'm going to have a way too early 2026 NBA mock draft, 2027 NBA mock draft coming out on Thursday, which will be my birthday. So that night I'm going to be up super late recording, just because I care about you guys so much and want to always put out as much content as I can for y'all. So stay tuned for that. You'll get detailed analysis on all of the next draft guys too in that. So of course been watching and trying to catch up on film that I missed throughout the year. So Doms wants to know if I'm going to stream the draft. I cannot legally. I would get in a lot of trouble if I did that. So no, but appreciate all the W's flying in. Yeah, warm fruit is. I agree with that. Really interested to see if the Hornets make a move during the draft. Feels like a decent chance, similar to Mark Williams' move last year. Yeah, they've been. The Hornets have always been a little aggressive during this new ownership, new regime. So we'll see how they do about that. If you guys, when we do end the stream here in just a bit, probably another 10 minutes or so, I want you guys to spend a little bit of time on the looking at the big board, which is on Twitter. You can scroll around, you can look at everything, see who exactly ranked everywhere. We've of course talked about it in the stream here today, but and then be sure to leave a like on this. This is at I don't know if you guys can see it. It's at 74 likes right now. Let's get that to 100 today over there on Twitter at the very least, which is not that many. It's just 26 of you, and I'd also love to see how many likes we have on the stream here in general today. I have not checked it the entire time. So get your likes in now. I'm about to check it for the first time here in about 30 seconds. Let me know what you guys think about all of the stuff. Of course, we're at 305 likes, which is quite good, I have to admit. That is very strong. So I appreciate you guys all for all of the support as per usual. But Antoine here says, I'm seeing a lot of people have Yaxel going to Golden State. Do you think they could build around him in the Bay? Maybe not as much build around, but I think he's an easy player to integrate into current and future iterations of the team. And I think with him and Podziemski, it's two very functional players that as you at some point move past the Steph Curry era in the next few years, you would presume you have two kind of cornerstone young players that can be a part of winning in the future as well. And not necessarily that they're the central points of that, but they're contributors toward that. And I think that's kind of the nice thing about what Golden State would have if they take Yaxel, is they have guys who can fit around the current iteration of the team, but could also be long-term core pieces for them going forward. Cooked fruit is good. That's true. There is a difference between cooked fruit and on pizza fruit. Spice here, thank you for being in here again. Spice watched the stream quite a bit in past streams as well. Says the Spurs never said they were trading Fox. Yeah, I completely agree. Maid here says, before you leave, make a trade prediction. Who's getting moved today? Okay. Let's go over to the trade machine. Oh, that's right. The trade machine is completely broken. Forgot about this. Okay. Can we add a team? Okay, here we go. This is how we're going to look at the teams right here. Boom. Jaylen Brown gets traded. That's the prediction for me here, okay? Jaylen Brown gets moved. That's a bold prediction. If you would have asked me 48 hours ago if I believe that, I would have said, no, are you crazy? But here we are. Grant Henry, appreciate you guys for being in here. Glad that you can join for the draft stream here a little bit today. Thanks for hopping in. Hopefully you guys have a fun draft. OKC's got a couple of top 20 picks. We'll see what they do. The Spurs have a top 20 pick. So maybe we'll keep that rivalry going there between OKC and San Antonio. Bad here says, who do you like as the best possible fit for the Clippers if they decide not to blow things up? For a fit perspective, and here's the thing. At the top of the draft, I tend to not love just solely picking for fit. In some cases, I think it can be a valuable exercise, especially if you're splitting hairs between prospects. But I do think just for the Clippers in general, they need to go with the player that they actually just think is the best player available at that spot. For me, I think like fit-wise, Acuff and Phylon and Kingston Flemings don't really fit around Darius Garland because of the size of their backcourt. So you're probably looking at some of the bigger guards, Keaton Wagler, Michael Brown Jr., who has some really nice athletic traits and is a little bit taller, longer than the others. So those two guys are the names that come to mind the most. And then also, like, they would be like a sneaky Adai Mara team at number 5. They traded away Ivica Zubac. Obviously, Brook Lopez, he's on basically an expiring contract if the option's picked up there. But I think just holistically, like, it wouldn't be like the most shocking thing if they took Mara and looked to build an anchor to their team defense. Now I think there'd be some real issues in LA if that's the end result, and it probably doesn't have the upside that they're looking for to maybe take with a top 5 pick. which is why it's probably not the most likely, but it's an interesting possibility to talk about. Antoine wants to know if based on expansion, if I feel like the NBA will max out at 32 teams, or if we have 34 to 36 teams come like 2040. I think that we're going to have 32 for a while again, until probably, like, thinking about the CBAs, like typically the CBA spans about 7 years or so. So that puts us 2040-ish, probably. Like the next time we get to 34 is probably like at the earliest 2045, 2050. So who knows what the world will look like by then even, and let alone the NBA. But I think we'll be at 32 for a while if when they move to Seattle and Vegas. Gentarizu here says Clippers take a cuff. You don't even think about it. Nobody on the current roster matters. See, that's how I kind of feel about it, but NBA teams just don't operate that way, very simply. So, Mate says, love your content, my guy. Keep going. Appreciate that. We are at, let's check how many subscribers we're up to now. That number is growing. We're 5 away from 38,100. We just hit 38,000 yesterday. So we're making good crossroads toward 40K. It's going to be an awesome milestone to hit at some point. Let's see if we can hit 38.1K right now here on the stream. But I've had a great time so far today, guys. We'll stay live for a couple more minutes, get to that 4-hour threshold, just because I like those round numbers like that, and getting to 4 hours live in a row is pretty crazy. I honestly, I don't know, like you guys like no takeover mode or, like LeBron. Let me, here we go. Let me pull this up. This is this right here. Let me get this on the screen. Oh, no, not YouTube. Okay. This right here is me on trade deadline week. I don't know how I do what I do when I'm live for like 11 hours in a row. I don't know how I manage that. I just go unconscious, I think, and just like push through it. It's absolutely insane when trade deadline week rolls around. It's like I literally end up streaming for like 50 hours in 1 week. It's the most absurd thing ever. Like I'm even tired after streaming for 4 hours today, and yesterday obviously I streamed for a couple hours because of the trades. So I love streaming; it's the best thing. But it is talking for 4 hours straight is a real strain on your voice. And last night I was up until like 3 a.m. recording content for today, and then I had to be up at about 6:45. So that's kind of the schedule we're on here this time of year, but we're functioning and we're rolling, and I'm glad that you're enjoying the content. So Harrison here wants to know what time the draft is at. It's at 8 p.m. Eastern time, so we are less than an hour 45 away. We the North says, who's the most likely team to trade for Jaylen Brown? I think at this point, Portland makes sense. Let's go back over here. Portland makes sense as a team. Brooklyn could theoretically be a dark horse for him. Detroit, dark horse kind of team for him. Toronto's somewhat sensible. But the most likely to me, like New Orleans makes a lot of sense to possibly do it. The Clippers make some sense to do it. I think the most likely is hard because I want to give you a good answer here on this, and I'm not like Charlotte makes a little bit of sense. Houston makes some sense. I'm going to say Houston is the most likely, but I don't love that answer. So I don't know. I think it's kind of like really spread across the board right now. Howie agrees with me here. Glenn says, do you think the Nets could be in on the Jaylen Brown sweepstakes? Yes, I do. I think that they would be like a dark horse team after getting Julius Randle. He says, love your content, Sheldon, watching all the way from Middlesbrough, England. That's so awesome to me, too, that we have people watching from all over the world. I get to look at my some of the geography data on YouTube sometimes, and I've got people watching from hundreds of countries, and that's just incredible to me that people all over the world watch utility sports. I would never have, if you would have told me that 2, 3, 4 years ago, I would have never, ever guessed that. It's such a such a blessing and such an awesome, such an awesome thing. Honestly, I'm just very, very grateful. Minnesota would also be an interesting. Team for Jaylen Brown. You look at, like, financially, there would be some like challenges, but you'd build around Rudy and then like Nas possibly if you wanted to do that. But I will not be live for the draft because of copyright reasons. The Clay says, I think sportsbooks have Portland as the favorite. That would be sensible to me too. Obviously, I talked about Portland as the sleeping giant. They've tended to make moves like that. 5 Adam says, would you trade Scotty Barnes for the first overall pick? I like Scotty Barnes a lot, but yes, I would. I would trade Scotty Barnes for the first overall pick. But it's not like it would be this is a no-brainer. I'd have to think about it a little, but yes, I probably would. Just part of it too is like there's a lot of financial savings with that. So you are saving hundreds of millions of dollars almost in the short term, and that kind of deal, which is a little bit easier for team building mechanisms. Spurs Goat here says Spurs worked out Graves, Harris, Reed, and Tanak. Harris is a very interesting big man with great footwork in the paint. Reminds me of Al Jefferson. Terrace Reed. Yep, Terrace Reed. Howie here says Reed Shep, Şengün, and Tari Eason to Milwaukee. Boston gets Miles Turner and Tyler Hero. JB to Houston. Honestly, I don't think they would involve Milwaukee. I don't think Boston would want Hero. I think, if anything, it would be that package of Shepherd and then probably Durant and then picks, that Nets pick in 2027 being kind of the main crux of it for Jaylen Brown. Let's go over here quick to Twitter. I want to show this off quick. We'll go over to Bobby Marks. And Bobby Marks is at the draft. This is what the stage looks like. Kind of an interesting setup this year. With all the tables set up the way that they have them. Kind of a weird sight honestly at the arena this year. Just something looks weird about it this year, I feel like. Barry here says, shout out Sheldon, tuning in for probably my 4th or 5th draft in a row with you. Tom from Melbourne, Australia. Appreciate you, Tom. Thank you for being here again this year. So thankful. Again, remember, guys, there's going to be a lot of content coming out after the draft, also tomorrow morning, possibly a film study or two, depending on who gets drafted where tonight, and on Twitter. This is really important to me. I've got stuff prepped for the draft tonight. So as players get drafted, I'm going to be giving my draft grades for every single pick. I'm going to be sharing a little bit of video for each player, hopefully, depending on who gets drafted. There might be a player or two that I don't have video prep for. It is what it is if that happens. But I've got, I think, about 32, 33 sets of video kind of prepped and ready. So a lot of really great stuff. But today is the day, and I'm so excited for it. Sam here says, if you were the Pels and traded Trey, who would you want to add to build around Beers and Queen? I'd want more this is a good question. Let's go over to the data here. And if we look at New Orleans, I think this is very interesting data to look at. So with Trey Murphy on and Derek Queen on and no Herb Jones, their team was actually not very good. With just Herb and Murphy, no Queen, team was still not very good. With just Trey Murphy, they were okay. With all three of them, they were a little suboptimal. With Queen, rookie year, obviously struggled a lot. With just Herb, they were pretty good. And with Herb and Queen, they were actually very good in 210 minutes, plus 6.4. I would be looking for 3-and-D type of players. I would be looking for maybe another big man even. I don't know. I don't think their data, they didn't really play Queen much this year with another 5-man. Did they play him with Hunter Dickinson at all? Yeah, they did 25 minutes, and it was terrible because it's Hunter Dickinson. The minutes with Zion did not go well, as you could have guessed before the season. I think, we look at the numbers with DeAndre, Like, it's 73 minutes, but like, I'd put size next to him. And I think if you look at an example, another really useful example, let's go over to Houston quick. We look at Adams and Şengün. These two guys bludgeon teams together when they're on the floor. And this is not just a this year thing. We go through 2024 through 2026. Like, look at how good the Adams-Şengün combination is. Like, get rebounding, get size. It wins. It wins at a high level. The more size you have, the better. The best teams in NBA history tend to be the biggest ones that have the most size and the skill with it. So yeah, get Wemby. That's a great idea. But no, I'd be like, I mean, just looking for, like, let's just look around the league quick. You know, there's only a few options. Like, Vassar would be a guy that I would target in this draft. Last draft, I said I would have paired Queen with Malawach. That was what I would have done. Let's just go Phoenix. Who knows what they'll do? But let's look at what Malawach did this year. Hey, they were pretty darn good when he was on the court. Their defense was pretty awesome with him. Interesting, right? Obviously, he didn't play a lot of minutes, so the samples, whatever. But I still think worth noting. I don't know. Like, Ryan Dunn would be interesting. He can't really shoot it, but he's a good long athlete. Like, that'd be the type of player that you can probably readily get. You're basically looking for two-way wings who can shoot. The Pelicans need to shoot better. Obviously, Ryan Dunn can't really shoot it, but you need to shoot it better and you need to defend better. And if you get that kind of stuff around Derek Queen and then maybe even a little bit more size around him, I think the ceiling is very high for what the Pelicans could theoretically build long-term. But that's the kind of question. Matt here says, who do you think will have the worst draft? Love the content, big dog. That's a hard question to answer before the draft. I think, you know, Portland not having a pick makes it pretty hard for them to have a good draft. But just from, I hate to say this, I'm not rooting against them at all. But you look at somebody like John Horst and what he's historically done with Milwaukee, tends to struggle. I have not liked a lot of Milwaukee's draft picks over the last 4 years or so. Michael Orlando, thank you for the $10 super chat. Throws in an additional $10. He said, I heard Parmesan bites pair beautifully with pizza. Here's some cash for your draft night meal. We need to get some more W's flying in here for Michael Orlando. That's absolutely awesome, Michael. Thank you for the $10 super chat. My fiance is going to absolutely love you. She loves the Parmesan bites, and she is going to be, I think, grinning ear to ear when I tell her that that's getting added to the cart. So you'll definitely see that on top of the pizza boxes, some Parmesan bread bites in there tonight too. Michael Orlando, appreciate you a lot. We need to get those W's flying in. I want to see W's for Michael. He's an absolute beast. Coming in every single year for the draft. And Michael, I'm glad that you enjoy the content here enough to support in the way that you do it. It really means a lot to me. I'm very, very thankful for everybody. Let's use just a minute here to go back through and flash all of these super chats up on the stream here. Again, I'm so grateful for all of you. I feel extremely blessed, honestly. I can't emphasize enough how grateful I truly am. I hope that my gratitude and appreciation is tangible through the screen for you guys, because it just does mean a lot having the support. And, I look forward to going live for you guys. It's something that I just can't miss. I plan my entire week and honestly my month. I've been planning this for over a month and a half here now at this point to be live this day. And of course, we'll be live tomorrow too. So it really just means a lot to have your guys' support and the way that you guys show up and support me. And it's just great having a community that, I've been live for over 4 hours and I've had 400, 500 people hanging out in here the whole time. And we're still an hour and a half away from the draft. And that's, I think, a really special sign of how great our community is in general. So appreciate you a lot. Again, Michael, appreciate everyone for all the super chats today. Chris here says, hey, Sheldon, how's it going? It's going really great. It's the best day of the year, draft day. He says, thoughts on rumors of OKC trading back into the end of the first round for Isaiah Evans, reported by the Oklahoman. I have an issue with that. Let's go over to the cap table here for the Thunder cap table. And if we go to a multi-year, or actually, let's just go to the 2026-2027 cap table. This is the issue I have with it. So they've traded Aaron Wiggins away, right? They have obviously, a good amount of talent on their roster. The issue is they have 15 standard contracts. Now you can subtract one because Aaron Wiggins is going to be sent to Atlanta once that trade is finalized. But with that, you have 14 standard contracts. You would assume that they want to keep their starters in Hartenstein and Lou Dort, or to at least some kind of contract going forward. We'll see. They could cut Kenny Hustle. That gets them down to 13 players. But then from there, then you have 2 first-round picks already, 12 and 17. So if you spend those, you're back up to 15. So the only way I really see them trading into the end of the first round to take someone like Isaiah Evans is if they already moved out of 17, or if they package 12 and 17 together to move up into the top 10, and they're only making 1 first-round pick beforehand. Otherwise, like the likelihood of them drafting 3 times in the first round tonight, I think, is next to 0%. I'd be very surprised. And if something like that does happen, it means they're moving off of Dort, or they're moving off of Ihart, or they're moving Isaiah Joe or Jay Will. Like, I don't think they'd move Kaysen. I think that would be very shocking. Like, maybe Topic. Like, they'd have to make like a pretty meaningful move on their roster to open up that possibility. So that would be kind of the huge question. Michael, appreciate you a lot for that. Very thankful. Queen, Chet, Porzingis, Kessler, and Boozer. Yes, the all big lineup where quickness and speed does not matter at all. But we'll see. Number 31 is greater than number 30. I do technically agree with that. Like the second round exception and the fact that it's a non-guaranteed contract, like all that stuff is, I think, very important. FTF Gaming just got to that part of the stream. Oh, man. I'm glad that you caught what was going on there. Chris, glad I could answer your question there. Alexander says, who would you take at 10 for the Bucks if the board fell the same way in your mock? So we'll go back to the mock here now with these top 9 coming off the board, okay? Dybantsa, Peterson, Boozer, Wilson, Wagler, Brown, Acuff, Flemings, Burries off the board. For them at 10, just based on my big board, I would take LeBaron Philon, but I think it depends on what you're trying to internally build. I think Philon would be a really great fit for Milwaukee, whether that's at 10 or 13. I think with the way that I would assume Taylor Jenkins wants them to stylistically play this next year, emphasizing pace and space and the absence of ball screens. Philon, who can win off the bounce in isolation, would be really useful for that, and obviously influences transition at a very good rate too, as coming from that Nate Oates system in Alabama where they were up and down the court as fast as possible. So that makes a lot of sense. He was 6th on my final big board. So Philon, I think, just makes a lot of sense to me there. Otherwise, it depends on what you're trying to accomplish. Because if you, internally, and this is the thing, you can get through the draft evals. You can say, oh, this is my big board. But teams are trying to identify styles of play. What do they want to add? What's their tendencies they're looking to build? And for Milwaukee right now, it's a big question because they just made a huge trade, sending Giannis away. They have a bunch of other questions. Will they keep? Will they not keep Miles Turner, Kyle Kuzma? What about Hero? Is he actually going to be a Buck or not? There's a lot of questions. It's all about what style you want to play. That's where Perez could be really defining in terms of your style of play and the kind of players you're getting. Cameron Carr as a cutter would be really interesting. Dalen Swain as another creator. Bennett Sturts, again, he's a supercomputer as a point guard. I would love him for Milwaukee. So really, I think there's a lot of ways where they can make a pick that's really good for them. If they want to sit in deep drop coverage, then you go out Imara, and that's a defensive defining identity style for your team. So there's a lot of optionality. The one thing I'm going to say, I would not take Nate Ament. Chris says, are you going to have a little break before draft starts? You've already been going for a few hours. Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I was planning on being done around 6-ish so that I'd have time to kind of recuperate. And I'm having just too much fun. It's 6:30 right now. So FTF says, you've been on a roll, though. I always tune in around this time, especially. Question is Isaiah Evans worth the grab at 20 to 24? Or are you only taking him 25 and beyond? Thanks. That's a great question. That is a great question. And based on my big board, I have him at number 21. So I would take him comfortably around pick 20. Now, it depends on what you're looking for, too. A team like San Antonio would be a really safe pickup for them. at that spot. 24, the Knicks, I think, would be a really sensible decision too. So I think like the lowest he should go is 26. Denver needs more three-point volume. They need guys who want to shoot a lot of threes, and that's what Isaiah Evans does. That's his real whole DNA and identity on the floor offensively, and that would be additive around who they have on their roster and the split action that they run off of Adelman's offense. So would be really nice. Chrissy wants to know if Brooklyn would draft Henry Vesar. At 28, I think he's definitely in play. He was number 14 on my board. Protect MJ here says, does Quaintance not being invited to the green room mean he will fall in the draft? It doesn't definitively mean that, but I think it gives us a pretty good sign that he won't be a lottery pick for certain, and very possibly won't be a top 18 or 19 pick in the draft. I accidentally left the studio. I've never done that before. That is absolutely crazy. But we're back. Sorry for that. I have a little trackpad here, and I accidentally swiped to the left on it, and it refreshed my tab, which is crazy. Yes, you are correct. Says, wouldn't it be a very good move to pair Yaxel with Mara to restart the Bucks rebuild? Not necessarily. I understand the kind of logic you're coming from here, and it would be functional. You'd have two okay quality players, but I think the Bucks, depending on how they want to build their team, like again, you're looking to define identity. And yes, we're back. Sorry about that, guys. Rick here says, now Giannis got traded. Will the Bucks take Yaxel? They definitely could. Luca wants to know why our draft nerds so high on Graves. So I've seen some people even have him at number 2 on their board. He came in at number 24 for me. I think he's an okay player. They just look at steal and block rate and then say, oh, look, he's elite. Some of the people, like, you can just tell looking at a board if they actually have watched any of the games or not. Sometimes, like, I don't know. I don't want to discourage or disparage anybody, but some of the boards are not high effort, high intensity boards, very clearly. Sanic says, I'm surprised there hasn't been any trades before the draft. Well, I mean, last night was a bit of fireworks. We had a 3-team deal between Minnesota, Brooklyn, and Chicago. And then today we had and then later last night we had a huge deal, an absolute blockbuster between Miami and Milwaukee, of course. And I think one of the things too about all of that is now during the draft, like, it's kind of a risk. Like, let's say you want to trade for pick 10, you trade for the pick, and then, all of a sudden the guy you wanted actually doesn't make it there. He goes at pick 9 to Dallas, goes at pick 8 to Atlanta. You kind of feel stupid. It might just be easier to trade for pick 10 during the draft instead of before it, so that you're protecting yourself. Do you think the Hawks go Fleming's at 8 and Vesar at 23? Definitely a real possibility. In my final mock here that we ran today, I had Fleming's at 8 and I had at 23 Chris Sinak Jr. So double Houston Cougars at 8 and 23 for the Hawks in that mock draft, which would be kind of a fun storyline. How high is too high for Isaiah Evans? I think like top 18, I'd be like, it's maybe a little premature for me. Anything by the lottery, I'd be I really don't like that. But Damos here says, what about Charlotte moving up to 11th for 14 and 18? I mean, if they're trying to snipe somebody, like, they could. If I was Charlotte, I'd probably just prefer keeping 14 and 18 though. But it depends. If you really like, let's say Charlotte's like absolutely in love with Yaxel Lendeborg and think that's the exact player that they need, then if they do that, then you can justify it, right? Yes, you're correct. But says, how confident are you that the Bucks keep Hero for the Bucks rebuild? I'm not confident in that at all. I think there's a good chance he ends up in Detroit as early as tonight. They have until July 6th to reroute him before the trade is finalized. So, isn't the draft at 8 p.m. Eastern time? Yes. So it's 1.5 hours. It is 6:35 Eastern time right now. So hour 25 away from the NBA draft. So we've been live for almost 4.5 hours here. Mudthorn here says Steinbach would look good with the Spurs. One thing I'm going to say too, bigs tend to get underdrafted every single year. Think back to Walker Kessler going in the 20s. Think back to Jalen Darryn going outside the top 10. Think back to Mark Williams going outside the lottery. bigs tend to get a little underdrafted if they're not the very, very top of the draft type of players. So we'll see. I think that continue this year a little bit. Ademara, in my final mock that we did here today, I had going outside of the top 10, despite a lot of the discussion about him being a very likely top 10 pick. I had him at 12 today. I had Steinbach outside the top 10, Merez all the way down to 14, Acquaintance all the way down to 20, Sanak falls to 23. So I think that's kind of a trend to possibly watch for. Would I love to be wrong about this? Yes. Size matters in the NBA. It's a great tool to have more skilled size and length and rim protection, all that stuff. So we'll see how everything kind of materializes. But Chase, I will not be live streaming during the draft. In fact, I can feel my voice kind of quitting on me here, so I might recuperate. I've been live for 4 hours and 20 minutes now, but Clay's, I love to hear it. He's got a frozen pizza in the oven. Hey, sometimes those frozen pizzas absolutely slap. It's not deliveries to Jordan, excuse me. I'm not sponsored, by the way, by them. But Tombstone's always slap. Jack's Pizza, I can't go wrong with. So love that for you, Clays. But appreciate you guys all so much. Let's get a train of W's before we end the stream here, too. I want to see those W's fly in. And just a reminder, too, the draft order is down below on the ticker. I should have had that running the last half hour. I'm sorry that I did not, but appreciate you guys all for being a part of the stream today. Super special to have such a great community. Make sure to comment down below, and then don't forget on Twitter, I will be not only having my big board up here, which is pinned to the profile, so you can go check it out anytime during the draft, see where I had a guy ranked if you want to, but I will also be grading picks as they come in throughout the draft. So keep that in mind. Watch for that. Stay tuned for that. And I will be posting all those things. But thank you, everyone, for watching the stream today. Love seeing those W's fly in. I'm very grateful for each and every one of you. Very, very thankful. Very blessed. So I hope you guys enjoy the draft. Remember, there will be content here after the draft as well. So stay tuned, and we'll catch you in the very next Utility Sports video presented by Prize Picks.